Any changes to your team?
Yeah, Chariana out with an injury, and we have Retimaya interview.
Okay, all the best to your team.
Yeah, thanks.
Hello and good morning from Warner Park in St. Kitts, where today's game will see the Windwards coming up against Guyana. And we have the teams for you, but even before we go to the teams, let me say good morning to Shakira Selman. How are you today?
Good morning, Carlo. Good morning, viewers. I'm feeling very excited about this game. It should be keenly contested.
The Windwards came early and played 3 warm-up games against the Leewards. 1 hits and 2 over in Nevis. We saw in round 1 that there were wins for Jamaica over Barbados, the Windwards over the Leewards, and the Trinidad and Tobago. They won against the Windwards. I think I mixed it up a little bit.
Yeah, you did. Guyana
Against the Leewards.
against the Windwards.
Yes. And so we have the teams for you this morning, but we can start by telling you that we won't see any Sharian Fraser in this game. She is out injured, had an injury in the last game. And so for Guyana, she will not be appearing today. She did start last season with an injury as well, Shakira.
Yeah, she did, and she was unable to start the competition last season due to that same back injury. She then played a few games coming on to the end of the season, fully recovered in time to play with the West Indies side against the Irish side. Then she traveled with the team to Australia. Unfortunately for Guyana and West Indian fans, she seemed to pick up an injury once more. I think it happened in her first over in that game as well. So the news is she's being taken for some scans, and we all hope that she's going to be okay, and we will see her featuring again soon.
Absolutely. And so Guyana, they're in the field having won the toss and decided that they want to field first. A little bit of a surprise, especially as we saw Jamaica batting first and piling up a big score here. But we're almost ready to get started. And you would know these players very well, Shakira, who is bowling from the far end. Her back is turned to me. I can't see her number.
Yeah, it looks to be Pearl Etienne from Dominica. And she's going to come through with the first ball to Mandy Mangru.
Who is edging just wide of the fielder down at first slip. And it's going down to third man for a run. But some excitement from the very first ball of the game.
Yeah, an excellent start by Pearl Etienne. She is very experienced. She's been playing at this level for a number of years, and she also represented West Indies a few years ago. She's very experienced, as I pointed out, and she's very good, especially with the new ball. I expect to see her swinging the ball away from these right-handed batters and almost coming up with a wicket first delivery, just going to the right of Captain Afi Fletcher, waiting in first slip.
So Etienne will be bowling to this delivery, and she's behind it, plays it down to the field at gully on the bounce, and there is no run. That's Naomi Bakoy, and she's up taking strike. Etienne is bowling from the Lozak Road end, and it's bright sunshine here at Warner Park in St. Kitts. Etienne from the Lozak Road end. And this delivery is bringing the batter forward, and Bakoy is behind it, plays it down to mid-off, and there is no run. One cruise ship in the harbor this morning came across from Nevis, sailed past it, and I said one, but that's one at the main pier at Port Zante. And of course, there is one of those clippers away to the right-hand side of where we're sitting at. This one is played down to gully, and there is no run. So the CG United Super 50 Women's Edition very much on the way here in St. Kitts. Matches being played in Connery and over in St. Paul's as well.
A reminder that bonus points are now for offer.
Here is a delivery which is bringing the batter forward, and she's playing down to mid-on, and there is no run. So 5 deliveries in the over so far. 1 run from the very first ball, which was an eventful first ball. Went to the right of slip. Just got a hand to it, but couldn't hold on. Here is Etienne once more from close to the stumps, and this one is getting the batter driving at it outside the line of the off stump. Didn't touch. End of an eventful first over. We are 1 for 1. Guyana won the toss and decided that they would field first. Beg your pardon. Windwards won the toss and decided to field first. Guyana are batting.
A good start for the Windward Islands. I think the consensus between the teams was that it looked to be a very good batting pitch, but it felt as though it wasn't going to change by the afternoon. So perhaps Afi Fletcher, captain of the Windward side, looking to exploit whatever may be on offer early in the morning for their pacers. And maybe that's the reason she chose to bowl first.
Absolutely. And she's very experienced, is Fletcher. And she's backing her batters to get the job done.
Must also
Looks like Ross, who is going to be opening from the media center end. Left arm over the wicket. And she will bowl to Mangro, who settles over her bat. And for this delivery, it's a good delivery. It's bowled her neck and crop. Delivery which was full of length, and she was playing inside the line, and it knocked back the off stump. And so there goes wicket number 1. And wow, what a start for the Windwards.
And would you believe it? Only this morning I was talking to Captain Afi Fletcher about this youngster, Selena Ross. I told her I watched her when she was competing in the Windwards competition, and she impressed me. And what a way to start, and what a way to impress all of our viewers. What a start for the Windward Islands. What a start for young Selena Ross. Mandy Mangrove fields once more for the Guyana side. She goes for just 1, and the score is 1 for 1 after 1.1 deliveries.
And you have to consider that she got a chance of the very first delivery she faced. And then the first delivery in the second over that she faced, she was unable to contend with it. And so she has lost the leg stump, and she goes back. It's 1 for 1.
Yeah, and in comes experienced Shabika Gajnabi. And she has a job to do for this Guyana side, and she will have a lot to contend with. We see some movement early on from both pacers, and it's always challenging facing a left-arm pacer who's able to swing the ball back into you.
Gajnabi is the vice captain for this game. The standing vice captain is Sherian Fraser. She's out injured, and so Gajnabi has replaced her as captain in this team. Fantastic start for Ross. And she will be bowling from the media center end. What a way to start this game for young Ross.
Yeah, and a reminder to viewers that this is her first competition at this level. She's still under 19, so she is a prospect for that West Indies under 19 team that is preparing for next year's under 19 World Cup.
Well, here is Ross. Bowls to Gajnabi. Delivery which is striking the batter on the pad. That's going down the leg side. Excited shouts going up from the players, but that was never going to be out. So the Windwards would be pleased with themselves at this moment. Winning the toss and saying, listen, we'll have a bowl.
And they want to make the most of these 2 new balls. Make the most of it while the ball is still swinging. 4 fielders on the leg side waiting.
Here's Ross. That's a full toss, but play down to the fielder at mid-on, and they can't score. So the score remains on 1 for 1. We're in the second over. The Windwards leaving out from their team Homer, Byron, and Gilbert. Ross with the big number 20 on her back. Goes away from us at the media center end. And bowls to Gajnabi. That's another full toss, but she can only drag it down to the bowler who is knocking it down and then retrieving on the onside of the pitch. And so the score remains on 1 for 1.
Yeah, just searching for swing on the occasion, Selena Ross. The last 2 occasions, in fact. And that's the reason she's gone. Ended up bowling 2 low full tosses. But you don't mind that. You don't mind that. She's pitching up the ball.
Excellent use of the crease. She's going wider this time, but it's down the leg side, called and signaled wide by the umpire. And so the score will move on to 2-1.
Let's tell you the field before Ross comes through for this, which will be her 5th legal delivery should she send it down in lane. So 4 fielders on the leg side, deep fine leg.
Delivery, which is driven into the onside, finds forward of square, moving smartly to her left. Good fielding, hits the stumps full, but the batter, Gashnabi, had returned to her crease, and so no damage done.
That was fielded by one of the fielders on the leg side, Pearl Etienne. Good movement across the field to her left and preventing that single. The next 2 fielders on the leg side are short, mid-wicket, and mid-on. So good field placement by Captain Affy Fletcher.
Here is Ross once more, coming up to bowl the 6th legal delivery of this over. It's played into the onside. Again, mid-wicket makes good ground to her right. Picks up, end of the over, 2 overs gone. And Guyana, 2 for the loss of 1. We have another all-female umpiring crew. Laborde and Holder, and Maloney being the 3rd umpire in the game today. Match referee Stuart Rollins. Pearl Etienne has picked up 1 wicket. No, that wicket is not to Etienne. My monitor is playing tricks with me at the moment. A delivery outside the off stump, left alone, goes through to the keeper, and no runs.
Guyana team forced to make 1 change. That change being Sienna Retimaya coming in for the injured Cherian Fraser.
Etienne is going closer to the stumps, bowls a good testing delivery, but there was the batter, Bakoy, just pulling a bat inside the line and allows it to go through to the keeper. Taken good height by the keeper. And Etienne, showing her experience, is bowling from the far end and has Bakoy facing, and this delivery is driven down on the offside to mid-off, and there is no run.
Slip and gully in place for the bowling of Pearl Etienne. Because of those outswingers, she bowls to the right-handers. Affy Fletcher out for a slip, and Kiana Joseph waiting at gully.
You notice that Affy Fletcher has taken a half a step to her right. And for this delivery, she's driving, finds cover, does Bakoy, and they won't score. So 4 deliveries gone in the over, and Etienne has been on a good length. She's been asking questions of the batters. She turns now and comes up to bowl to Bakoy, and she's getting a delivery short of a length, and she's behind it, punches back down the pitch, and fielded by the bowler. So it's 2 for the loss of 1. Some exciting young players in these teams. And as the teams and Cricket West Indies preparing for the Cricket Under-19 World Cup, a delivery which is defended on the onside. And it's the end of a maiden over. It's 2 for the loss of 1. Guyana batting first.
Yeah, next to come is perhaps, it's saying Ashmini Munisar, but you expect that it will be the captain, Shameen Campbell, should the wicket fall anytime soon. She will have a lot to do to get her side to a respectable total.
Captain Fletcher is asking the person down at 3rd man to go to her right. That has been done. She is coming into mid-wicket. So there is just a slip. as Ross goes away from us now to bowl to Gajnabi. Wide on the crease, and this one is driven into the offside. Goes down to wideish extra cover, so they'll score a single. And the score will move on to 3. And Gajnabi is off the mark. She's on 1.
That brings Naomi Barkoi on to strike. She hasn't gotten off the mark as yet. And she's only faced the right-handed Pearl Etienne. So this will be a different challenge for her, facing the left-hander, Selena Ross, who is going to be swinging the ball back into her.
Ross starts to run up, falters, and returns to the top of the mark. And will go away from us now to bowl to Barkoi. And for this delivery, it's just outside the leg stump, called and signaled wide. A little bit of an alarm by the fielders, but it wasn't swinging back in. And even though it was behind the batter and she allowed it to go through, no harm done except for a wide. 4 for 1. Ross bowls again to Barkoi. This one is wide and driven into the offside, down to squarish copper. They have crossed for 1. That's all they'll have. She'll get off the mark, does Barkoi. She's on to 1. And it's 5 for the loss of 1.
And a lovely drive all along the ground to get off the mark by Barkoi. And she will be relieved that she was able to at least get 1 to her total.
It's Gajnabi who faces Ross, and she gets a full delivery. He's playing it off the inner portion of the bat down to the fielder coming off the long leg boundary, and they'll get a single. Good strong throw in. 1 more run to make the total 6 for the loss of 1, and we're in over number 4.
Yeah, strictly from Shabika Gajnabi off the inside edge and down to fine leg. She's very lucky that one didn't carry on to crash into her stumps. A good pull in the game by Ross. She continues to ask questions.
She bowls to Barkoi. Again, it's full, driven straight. And mistimed though. So the bowler was able to knock it down and retrieve. And so Guyana being asked to bat first this morning. And we're in over number 4 as Ross brings the batter forward. She's driving. It trickles back down past the bowler. And there is mid-on coming across to pick up, and so they can't score. Ross has been bowling at a foolish length, obviously looking for the ball to swing. Goes away from us once more. And for this delivery, it's again down the leg side. It's taken on the pad, lobs away into the onside. Of course, the shouts go up as they must from players. And no runs scored. It was pitched outside the leg stump, so there was never ever going to be a good chance of that being given by a competent umpire. So it's 6 for 1 after 4 overs. Guyana being asked to bat first. Players from this tournament will be looking to establish themselves. We were told by President Shallow that six players will be contracted from each of the franchises. And so I'm sure that those players will be looking to earn the right to have contracts, make sure that they can concentrate more on training. Here is Etienne, and for this delivery, it's defended away into the offside by Gajnabi, and they won't score.
Yeah, it will also be a chance for players to impress selectors who will be looking to pick a squad for the upcoming tour against Pakistan. There is a series coming up in Pakistan in a few months.
Etienne bowls to Gajnabi, who is driving firmly, knocked down on the follow-through, and they won't score. So that's exciting news, a chance to impress, to be called to the training camp and to tour Pakistan. Always something to look forward to. Etienne from the Lozak Road end bowls to Gajnabi, and she's getting a short delivery, cutting into the offside. This one will run across the boundary for 4. Good looking shot. It was short, and she played it square of the wicket on the offside and picked up the first boundary in the inning so far.
Yeah, the first loose delivery sent down by Pearl Etienne. And Shabika Gajnabi is able to capitalize short, wide, and slapped in front of point all the way to the boundary for the first 4 for Gajnabi and for the Guyana team.
So she goes on to 6, does Gajnabi, and the score to 10 for 1. We're in over number 5 of 50. We see a change. Third man has been put in, and there is a sweeper on the cover boundary, and there is no long leg. Here is Etienne, and this delivery is played on the bounce down to Gully, and they won't score.
Yeah, surprising to see Captain Fletcher change the field immediately after one boundary. But she's now strengthened that offside, so she's brought the fielder from fine leg around to third man. The fielder, who was at deep third, has gone to the cover boundary. So 7 fielders on the offside now.
Delivery driven down to mid-off, and they won't score.
Now they have to be careful with that though. Because 7 fielders are on the offside, it means Etienne will be very reluctant to target the stumps. You don't want her to bowl her. You don't want her to bowl too wide.
Etienne with the 6th delivery of the over, and Gajnabi is driving firmly, but there is mid-on in the way, and they won't score. End of 5 overs, and Guyana at 10 for the loss of 1. So Mangro in the last tournament, and she sometimes looks good, has not had a big score, and Guyana will be hoping that she'll come good. She didn't on this occasion. That's the only wicket to go. Ross will continue from this, the media center end, and will be bowling to Barcoy. Goes away from us, does Ross, and a foolish delivery which is driven from the inner portion of the bat down to backward square. There was a bit of hesitation, and for a moment both batters were in the middle of the pitch, but then there was a misfield, and so there's a run to Barcoy to take her on to 2, and the score goes to 11 for 1.
Yeah, good challenging lines from Selena Ross once more. A bit of a misfield by Pearl Etienne, running around to backward square. As she picked out cleanly, there could have been trouble.
Ross to bowl to Gajnabi, and again this is misfielded down at mid-off this time. And they've crossed for 1, coming back for the second run. Chance of a run out. That's a direct hit. And she has been sent on away. Wow. What a mix-up. Gajnabi wanted the second run. Barcoy had run the first run and was coming back for the second, running for all her worth. But there was a direct hit, and she was short. As we look at it on the monitor now, here comes the throw, crashes into the stumps, and she's well short.
Yeah, good decision by umpire Ayana Holder, standing in her first game at this level. So good start for our Holder. But also excellent by the Windward Islands team. Good recovery from Karina Noel, chasing that ball down to the boundary, coming back with a throw, direct hit, and it results in the wicket of Naomi Barcoy. So now Guyana 12 for 2. Spot a bother.
Second bit of misfielding, this one resulting in a wicket. But the running has been a little bit questionable, because the misfield in the previous over, had that been picked up, they would have been, and the direct hit scored, they would have been in some trouble as well.
Yeah, they need to work on their communication, the Guyana batters. Poor bit of communication there. They never set off fast enough for that first run.
Gajnabi is facing, driving into the onside. That again seems to have come from the inner portion of the bat, and going down to the fielder coming off the long leg boundary. They'll have a single, And that will take the score on now to 12. Ghaznavi moves on to 7. And it's 12 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, and it is Captain Shameen Campbell who has walked to the crease with a job to do.
Ross bowls to the skipper, who is getting the delivery down the leg side. And the fielders go up in appeal, as they usually do when it's down the leg side, trying to challenge the wide. But that one came from the pads, and so umpire Holder had absolutely no response in favor of the fielders.
And there's a look back at that run out. A good strong throw into the stumps by Carino Noel. That's exactly what you want to see.
Ross bowls a full pitch delivery to the Captain Campbell, who is driving down to mid-on. And there is no run. It's 12 for the loss of 2. We're in over number 6. Ross, 2 runs in the over so far. 1 for 7. And bowls a full pitch delivery, which is driven down to mid-off. This time it's fielded cleanly. And so 6 overs completed, and the score is 12 for the loss of 2. Guyana being asked to bat first. As we reflect on game 1, you remember that Guyana struggled. They lost early wickets. They're struggling again today, having lost early wickets. Here's a delivery, which is driven firmly down to mid-off. And there is no run. Etienne is continuing from the far end. She's in a 4th over. Shameen Campbell is on 1. She's taking strike. Driven into the offside, and again it's fielded well. No runs. My scorers seem to be a little bit behind, and so we are going to get that sorted out very quickly. Looks like Ghaznavi on strike, and yes, she is. And the delivery, which is played into the offside, finds extra cover, and there is no run. So Ghaznavi is on strike, and she is in fact on 7. Board is showing 6. Here is a delivery which is driven down to the bowler, who knocks down, retrieves, and no runs.
Carlo, you were just talking about the Guyana batting and how they struggled in that first game. They actually struggled last year as well. And that's another reason that Fletcher wanted to send him into bat. Did notice that Shameen Campbell said she wasn't too unhappy with being asked to bat. She wanted to bat first as well. But the feeling amongst other teams, and that one is crashed into the boundary. Use of the feet by Shabika Ghaznavi, and she crashes that one past the fielder at mid-off. No chance for that fielder, and that is her 2nd boundary of this inning so far, Ghaznavi.
And she played it well. She was using her feet, got to the pitch nicely, and struck it firmly and picked up a boundary. And so she has moved on to 10, and the score has moved on to 16. Etienne comes up once more to bowl to Ghaznavi, who is defending, plays it away to Gully, and they can't score. And so it's the end of the over. 7 overs completed, and it's 16 for the loss of 2, Guyana. Windwards, we remind you, won the toss and decided that they would field first, and they're playing Fletcher, James, Edwards, Marcelin, Glasgow, Etienne, Noel, Ross, Joseph, Crafton, and Fontaine. Ross will continue, and she's in a fourth over. 1 for 7 before this. Goes away from us. On the onside, finds mid-on, and they won't score.
Young Ross into her fourth over. 14 dot balls so far. She accounted for the first wicket, that of Mandy Mangru.
Composes herself, does Ross. And will go in to bowl to Campbell. Goes past the umpire, and for this delivery, it's again full pitched, and she's coming down on it firmly, is Campbell. Goes back on the onside of the pitch, and it's fielded by the bowler in the follow through.
Yeah, just hoping to get under the bat of these batters, Selena Ross. She continues to go right up to the bat, searching for a swing, giving the ball as much chance to swing as possible.
Bowls once again to Campbell. Again full pitch, driven firmly, but mid-off is in the way. Feels very well, and there is no chance of a run. Ross in the middle of a fourth over, and goes away from us once more, and will bowl to Campbell. And this one is again full pitch, which is angled down to the fielder coming off the third man boundary for a single. And so Campbell moves on to 2, and the total goes on to 17 for the loss of 2 wickets. So Ross getting the first wicket to go when she bowled Mangro. Ross bowls another full pitch delivery, and it's played into the onside down to mid-on, and the score remains on 17 for 2. 1 delivery left in the 8th over. And Ross has decided that she'll try her luck from around the wicket, just changing the angle to Ghaznavi, who has shown good intent, has picked up 2 boundaries in a 10, having faced 24 deliveries as Guyana looking to rebuild. 17 for 2. And Ross will bowl her first delivery in this inning from around the wicket. Goes past umpire Holder, gets in close to the stumps, plays it wide, bowls it wide, and it's played down to extra cover. At the end of it then, it's 17 for the loss of 2 wickets, 8 overs completed. And you will soon hear the voice of Troy Mills.
Yeah, so a bit of a rebuilding phase here for the Guyana women. Lost 2 wickets early. First wicket fell at 1, the second at 11. So rebuilding by their 2 most senior players in the lineup today. Vice captain for today, Shabika Ghaznavi, and captain Shemaine Campbell. So lots of work to do, but these 2 are very capable. They will know if they're going to put any respectable total on the board. These 2 have to do the bulk of the work.
Good morning, Shakira.
Good morning, Troy.
1 out so far in the game. Are we going to see similar to yesterday, Monday, where we had what it was 4 in 1 inning?
4 and outs. Saw 1 in the Jamaica innings. And I think it was 3 in Barbados' innings.
And here's Etienne bringing Skipper Campbell forward. A bit of work to be done here. 17 for 2 in the 8th over. A long way to go. And Campbell drives through the cover. They hustle for 1. Bad throw, they'll get 1, and they'll also get another for overthrow. Thinking of a third, but it's not on. And at this stage, is there really a need to be hustling for those singles, as it were? Yes, you want to turn over the strike. It's early days yet. We're into the first power play.
Yeah, you still want them to hustle for the singles. They just have to be clearer as it relates to their communication. They take quick singles, then they're putting pressure on the fielders, perhaps asking them to come a bit closer, and then they can go over the top.
And Campbell turns that one into the onside. Short mid-wicket runs to her left and collect, but she doesn't prevent one. Campbell, she now goes to 5 from 7. And it brings Gajnabi, who's on 10 from 25, into strike. Another lovely day for cricket. A few more clouds in the sky as opposed to Monday when we had about 6.5 clouds, that is.
Oh, you were counting.
They were very, very few indeed. And she's going driving through the onside, not being able to beat that mid-wicket fielder.
Now, this has been a recurring problem for Shabika Gajnabi. Very often you see her struggle to put away the bad deliveries. She did capitalize on one initially from Pearl at the end, but she's gotten a number of full tosses.
And here's again pulling into the onside. She'll get one this time as the mid-on running around from her right.
And again, you will expect her to capitalize on that. That was a short delivery. It was slow, and perhaps she should have crashed that one into the boundary. Again, she finds the fielder. On this occasion, she's able to get a single. But again, this has been the problem with Gajnabi. She's not able to capitalize on the bad deliveries. She plays lots of shots, but so often she finds the fielders.
Not really in control. That shot. Perhaps playing a tad too early, not really timing it. And it is actually the end of the over. 21 for 2. Guyana, after losing the toss and being asked to bat. And we're still wondering about that decision for various reasons. Warner Park being known over the years to be a batting track. Jamaica winning the toss and batting in that first game, going on to be 200 plus, not 289, notwithstanding they were 40 for 3. So off-air comment discussions, spectators felt that whoever won the toss here would have batted again. Lovely sunshine, lovely track.
Yeah, but like I said earlier, I'm not surprised with the decision by the Windward Islands. They feel as though this Guyana team is not a very strong batting unit. So they're trying to make the most of the conditions early with the new balls, and they're trying to limit them.
It's what's into skipper Campbell, comes forward, drives through the covers, but not getting a single on that occasion.
Additionally, it is felt that this wicket will remain the same throughout the day, which means it should be just as good to bat on in the second innings.
It has played through to the first day. And here is Campbell driving down to, that's Gajnabi driving down to mid-off. No harm being done again. Gajnabi 12 from 29, is it? And Campbell 4 from 8. And here's Gajnabi pulling that one into the onside. Only as far as the short mid-wicket, not getting a run again.
Yeah, a good understanding of the game being shown by Fletcher. It's good to see she strengthened that leg side, knowing exactly what Selena Ross bowls. She continues to swing the ball back into right-handers. So you expect majority of the balls to go through the leg side.
And she has gone back over the wicket, left arm over. And a little movement on that occasion.
Yeah, she's bowled very well. She's been able to extract a fair amount of movement. Did result in a few ways down the leg side, but that's what you expect from someone who's swinging the ball into right-handers. Remember, she's still young, Selena Ross, still learning her trade.
And here she is outside the off stump, and Campbell drives, not being able to beat the mid-off fielder. Gajnabi, pardon me. 5 dot balls so far. Very good bowling by this youngster. Keeping things tight, picking up a wicket. Still an under 19 player, bright future ahead. And that's a good thing about this tournament. We've seen some very young talent coming through. And here's Gajnabi pulling, not in control again. Timing seems to be a bit off.
Yeah, sometimes she just tries to overhit the ball and then ends up losing her shape, Gajnabi.
And it's another maiden over. Gajnabi 12 from 34. Campbell 4 from 8.
Umpire Candice Laborde just signaling the end of that first power play. So 10 overs completed by the Windward Islands side. And they have the Guyana team in a bit of trouble at 21 for 2.
They'll have to bat, and we've seen batters come back here. And they'll have to put their head down. And it's going to be a change in bowling. It's now Karina Noel. She's coming from the Lozak Road end. One slip, backward point, cover. Here's a mid-off, mid-on, short, mid-wicket. A fielder sweeping on the cover boundary, as well as the backward square. There's a third man. And first over, pulling Campbell forward, driving, but not being able to beat the short mid-wicket. And this one outside the off stumper, Campbell cut in. That one being cut off by a diving backward point. Nice looking shot. Perhaps having enough power to get to the boundary. But the wide third man on the boundary might have been able to do something about that. We would never know. As it's Noel into Campbell once more. Oh, ball straight on the center stump from our vantage point, perhaps bringing Campbell forward, respecting the good delivery as any cricketer should do.
Yeah, and it's the line you want to bowl whenever you're bowling to Shamian Campbell. Karina Noah would have gotten away with that previous delivery, which was short and a bit wide. And Campbell will argue her favorite shot is a cut shot, so she would be disappointed she wasn't able to hit that one to the boundary.
And that ball perhaps hitting just about the same mark as the previous one, bringing Campbell forward. And no doubt telling herself, well, that was a good ball.
Yeah, one thing we've come to know about Karina Noel is she's pretty accurate.
Turning that one off of the legs. And the deep square, backward square comes in, but not being able to prevent the single. First run of the over, 1 ball remaining. It brings Gajnabi into strike. Over number 11, just about to be completed. And that one goes upishly straight over. One bounce into the boundary, is it? Perhaps a little more effort might have carried it over the boundary. And Campbell, perhaps suggesting to Gajnabi how she should have played that one, very close to a 6.
Yeah, I think she was pretty happy with that shot, Shamian Campbell, telling Gajnabi it's a good shot, and she's liking that she's chosen to hit the ball straight. But very good shot on the up. Not too bad a delivery by Karina Noel, but very good by Gajnabi. And you saw on that occasion she was able to keep her shape. That was the difference there.
Indeed, looking much better with that shot.
So 5 runs from the over of Karina Noel, her first. We're also going to see a change in bowling from this media center, and it looks like it's going to be Janelia Glasgow. It's another young West Indies player, another player who represented that West Indies under 19 team. She's played for the senior team as well. is going to be another pacer into the attack.
And there's still Kiana Joseph. But perhaps Avi Fletcher, the skipper, liking what she's seen so far.
Yeah,
At this rate, the target 118, scoring at a run rate of 2.36. Not a healthy run rate by any standard.
but there's lots of time to catch up. That's the beauty of this 50-over game. Lots of time to catch up.
Having lost 2 wickets, some consolidation will need to be done here by these two. And want a better way to have it being done by the captain leading from the front. But she'll have to bat. She's just 5 from 13, Campbell.
You just mentioned the fact that the Windward Islands still have Kiana Joseph as an option to bowl. They also have Zayda James and Afi Fletcher. So the 3 spinners who take the ball away from the right-handers. So lots of bowling options for Afi Fletcher. She continues with the Pacers, and that's perhaps because she's been impressed with what the first Pacers were able to do. That opening burst by Selena Ross and Pearl Etienne. It was a good spell by those two. So we saw Karina Noel coming from the far end, and now we see Janelia Glasgow into the attack.
Why change a good thing if it's working? Right arm over. Trying to guide that one, not being able to get it past the close fielder. .26 for 2 after 11.1 overs. Campbell 5 from 14. Gajnabi 16 from 35. Running away from the media center end, and she pushes that one heading towards leg. Coming forward is Campbell, flicking it off of the pads but not being able to pass that mid-wicket fielder.
So on the offside, there's a slit, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, and a deep third who's very wide.
Glasgow pitching that one up and driven back straight. Will it get to the boundary? Yes, it does have the legs.
Yeah, that was beautiful by Shamian Campbell. Her first boundary of the innings so far. And that one driven all along the carpet. It's nothing better than a straight drive, is there?
Not at all. A diving attempt by the fielder in the mid-on position, who's now being pushed back to a long on. And Glasgow is going to bowl again. Aborts the run. Everything is set to go again. Passes umpire holder. Short and being pulled away through the mid-wicket region by Campbell.
Yeah, overcompensation by Janelia Glasgow on that occasion. First one was too full. She pulled the length back, but way too short, and it never got her enough to bother Shamian Campbell. And she's able to pull that one in front of square and into the vacant mid-wicket boundary for consecutive boundaries.
34 for 2. Run rate inches up 2.91. Glasgow again pushes that one wide and driving his Campbell down to the mid-off region, picking up a single.
Good running as well. 2 boundaries, and then she looks to get off straight. So very good batting by Shamian Campbell.
Experience showing once more. And I don't think a player could have any greater confidence than seeing the captain being confident and leading from the front. Ajnabi coming forward, pushing that one down to the mid-off. It's the end of the over. 35 for 2.
So 4 bowlers utilized by the Windward Islands so far. Pearl Etienne, Selena Ross, there were the opening bowlers today. Karina Noel has bowled 1. Janelia Glasgow just completed her first over, that being the most expensive over of the innings so far. That went for 9 runs. Guyana women 35 for 2 after 12.
And a few dark clouds have found their way. Sun still shining through. No threat of rain. And it's Noel continuing from Lozak Road, and that's outside the, actually, the leg stump. Coming off of the pad, going down to a fine leg. So the actually seem to have gotten a nick onto that.
Yeah, no signal by umpire Laborde, which would suggest that there was an edge on that. So that has to go down as a drop chance by Ernisha Fontaine.
Driving to the offside, and it beats the fielder. That should not have been a run, really, but perhaps a bad bounce, not concentrating, taking the eye off the ball.
Yeah, Campbell getting into a rhythm now. She's hit 3 boundaries in a few deliveries.
And 6 off, too. Noel will walk again. Pushes that one up. Coming down the track is Campbell, playing it back just to the right of the bowler, who attempts a shy at the striker's end, but safely home, no harm done. Trying to turn that one around the corner. Struck on the pad, a peel goes up. Umpire Laborde not really interested in that one.
And that one perhaps creeping down, like say, past that leg stump. But coming into this tournament, there was a lot of talk amongst West Indian players who were involved in a recently concluded camp about the form of Shamian Campbell. Well, she failed in that first game.
And here she's stepping outside the off stump and cracking that one square, forward of square actually, and not being able to beat the fielder and the boundary. And she picks up 1.
Yeah, so she failed in that first game. But the feedback coming out of that camp was that she seemed to be in a rich vein of form in that tournament. And in the number of practice games that they played, she was taking it to the bowlers. She completely not dominated all the bowlers at that camp. So we expect a lot from her during this tournament.
And here's Gajnabi standing up, playing that one down into the long on region, picking up a single. 43 for 2 at the end of the 13th over. (21 from 23) is Campbell. She's picking up now. 17 from 37, Gajnabi.
And so after that, 1 over sent down by Glasgow, which yielded 9 runs. We're going to see a change from this media center, and it looks to be Zeta James who is going to be coming into the attack. Are you surprised that Zeta James is being given the ball before Kiana Joseph or even Afi Fletcher herself?
But perhaps the captain having that confidence, obviously. Scoring rate of 3.31 has been creeping up for the last few overs. And Campbell, she's looking good as she goes on. Gajnabi still needs to settle perhaps. Timing a little off. But once she stays here, things should get better.
Yeah, reminder that Guyana women were 21 for 2 at the end of that power play. And in the last 3 overs, they've managed to score 22 runs. So they've actually scored more runs in the last 3 overs than they did in the power play. It will be Zeta James bowling left arm around the wicket.
On the leg stump, pushing it down to the long on region. And just a trot for that single.
So all 4 fielders being utilized on the boundary for Shimmy and Campbell. Deep cover, long off, long on, and deep mid wicket.
She gets back, punches that one down to the long off. We'll get a single.
When Gajnabi is on strike, just 2 fielders on the boundary, long on and deep mid wicket. So long off comes to mid off, and the deep cover comes into the circle.
Trying to guide that one down to the third man region. Be cut off at the short third man. And skipper Fletcher realizing that Gajnabi perhaps a little out of time, as it were, so she doesn't see her getting anything over the field, the close infielders in the V. Outside the off stump pulling, and it strikes Campbell, does it? Yes, it does. In the midsection, she is down. And that one being struck back with some power.
Yeah, short delivery. Campbell was unable to get out of the way. Unfortunately, it seemed as though it crashed into her left hip. Is it? Or is that her right hip? The right hip. And that will hurt. And Guyana will be hoping it's not a serious injury. Remember, they lost Cherian Fraser in that first game. They'll be hoping that their captain can continue.
And Fraser last season, when the tournament was played here, she was out for the first few games, and she came in at the latter end, and she was looking very good indeed.
Yeah, she was carrying a back injury during that last tournament. She was doing lots of remedial work with Steve Leibert. She was able to take part in the latter part of the tournament, like you mentioned, and then she was able to represent West Indies. Unfortunately, she's picked up an injury again in the first outing in this year's CG United Women's Super 50 Cup. Campbell is back on her feet.
A good thing for the Guyana team, the physio, preparing to walk away, so satisfied that there isn't much.
So reminder to viewers, we are in round 2 of this year's CG United Women's Super 50 Cup. We want to thank sponsors Daffabet as well. Reminder, bonus points are on offer this year. Jamaica was able to get 2 bonus points in the first round. The only team to have gotten past 200 runs. Got to 289 against that Barbados side. Eventually won the game by 200 runs here at Warner Park. Guyana will be hoping that they can recover and get up to at least 200 runs. If the team scores 200 runs, they get 1 bonus point. 220 or more, they get 2 bonus points.
And it's James to continue.
Almost identical.
Exactly, not with as much power.
Luckily for Campbell, it was hit to her right on that occasion.
And Gajnabi just checking to find out if she's okay. And Campbell, 22 from 24, picking up the strike. A little higher loop. Campbell playing that one down to the backward point. End of over number 14, 46 for 2, 3 ones coming from that over.
Finally, we are going to see Captain Alfie Fletcher introducing herself into the attack. So it is going to be the wrist spin of Alfie Fletcher. Let's see if she's going to be able to extract any turn from this surface. I tell you, she's led this team very well in the last 2 years. I've been impressed with her leadership, Fletcher, and I've been impressed with the improvements we've seen from this Windward side. It's still a fairly young side. Fletcher is perhaps the only one of 2 players over 30 years old. Lots of under 19s in this side, so she's done really well to marshal the troops. We must commend whatever the Windward Islands are doing back home.
Stepping out is Gajnabi, playing that one just a little to the left of the diving Fletcher. Picking up the pitch, and we haven't been seeing much of that.
Come Skippy, come Skippy.
Yeah, you're happy to see about her using their feet. First delivery from Fletcher. So pretty brave from Gajnabi to use her feet, but well played. It's exactly what you want to see when batters are facing the spinners.
And no doubt Fletcher would be encouraged by that as well. Campbell stays in her crease. He punches it out to the cover, picking up a single. And you'll always want to see rotation of the strike in any form of cricket.
And these two have been doing it very well so far. We've seen boundaries, but we've also seen a number of singles.
Well done, Skip.
Pushing back down the track. Adjusting her field. Moving the mid-wicket. Coming into a short cover, is it? Just forward of point. Bringing a little backward now. And the sweeper being asked to go further to the right on the boundary, cover boundary. Fletcher a little faster, a little wider. Gajnabi punches into the offside. The sweeper cover comes in, not being able to prevent a single, however. 3 ones in 4 balls. Keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Guiding that one down to a short third man, but not being able to beat the fielder. And the sun is disappearing for a bit. Clouds are drifting from the east to the west. Coming forward is Campbell. Pushing down to third man. The end of the over 49 for 2. Over number 15 completed. Cameraman picking up. That's the Sea Hustler. The slowest means of transportation between St. Kitts and Nevis, taking up about 45 minutes. peer-to-peer, that is. And it's James who's going to continue from the C.A. Paul Southwell's media center end. Tosses that one, guiding down to third man there, running one. A bit of urgency put into that, looking for the second, but they'll only get one.
That single brings out the 50 for the Guyana women. So they've recovered from 21 for 2, actually from 11 for 2 to 50 for 2. 50 coming out at the beginning of the 16th over.
A nice little recovery, as it were. But these two will have to bat and bat long and bat through. And we have seen the run rate climbing. And this here is Skipper Campbell pulling that one down square, forward of square, into the deep mid-wicket region, running around to the right, just limiting the batters to one.
Yeah, she does like that sweep shot, Shamia Campbell, one of the better sweepers in the Caribbean.
A single to Gajnabi, pushing that one down to the long on region. And again we see the strike being rotated. 1.11. A little fuller is James. And the skipper, yes, she'll prefer to see a lot of dot balls, but quite content with singles as opposed to the boundaries. As this one gonna run away? Would it have the legs to get to the boundary? The race is on. No, it stopped just inside. And Campbell coming back for the second.
2 runs to finish that over. 4 runs from that over. But a good cut shot once more by Shamia Campbell. She's on to 26 from 32 deliveries. It looks as though it's going to be a drinks break. So welcome break for the two sides. And a chance for the Windward Islands in particular to regroup and figure out how they can break this partnership.
It's been growing steadily. At one point, the projected score was 118. It's now up to 169. And the Guyanese will no doubt use this to have some discussions post-mortem, as it were, on the first 16 overs. What has worked, what hasn't. Picking up 2 wickets. But conceding a few fours in the last few overs. At this point, what would be the discussion between Gajnabi and well, the physio is out there again, without checking to find out how Gajnabi is doing, how she's feeling. The groundsmen, and they have been doing a wonderful job. They're remarking the creases. And moving towards the direction of the covers, more precautionary at this stage. A few more dark clouds have drifted over Warner Park. The good thing is that they're drifting westwards. But if you were Afi Fletcher, what would you be telling your players at this moment?
Yeah, I'll be telling them we want to find a way to break this partnership. If you look at the Guyana batting lineup, you know there's not much left in the tank. And you believe that if you get one of these batters, Shameen Campbell in particular, then you can get into that middle to lower order and get into that tail very early. Remember that Guyana team struggled to get to 150 in that first encounter against the Leewards. But you don't want to be disheartened. It is a good batting pitch. So you still want to remain patient, put the ball in the areas where you can continue to ask questions of the batters. And you just ask your fielders to continue to back up the bowlers. They've done that well so far. It resulted in a run out as well. We saw a few people diving around and stopping what could have been boundaries. So they've been good so far. You have to remain patient, but find a way as well. Keep planning, find a way to break this partnership. She'll also be thinking about when will be the best time to bring Kiana Joseph. Remember, Kiana took lots of wickets last year. I think she got the most wickets in the Super 50 competition last year. So it's surprising to me that she's not being introduced into the attack as yet. So Afi Fletcher will be thinking about when will be the best time to introduce Kiana Joseph.
Very good analysis. And the players now are setting to go ahead again. And the Guyanese batters' confidence growing. Coming from 12 for 2. They are now 54 for 2. 50 being brought above 15.1 overs. And they will want to continue. So often in the cricket we've seen players, especially batters after the water break, perhaps taking some time to get back into focus. And the wicket going down here and there.
Yeah, you have to start over.
And Gashnabi taking her guard, quite rightfully so. And it's going to be Afi. Fletcher, the captain, bowling over number 17 to Gajnabi.
So now we see a change. Long off is at mid-off now, coming to the circle at mid-off for Gajnabi. Afi Fletcher starts with the googly on that occasion. Well played in the end by Gajnabi. I'm not sure she picked it initially. But it's good. That's a good move by Fletcher. So perhaps a message coming from the coaches. Just put some more pressure on the batters.
And that one getting a bit of bounce. Stepping squares Gajnabi. Square the onside and punching it square, forward of square actually, on the offside. And here she's stepping out and perhaps a chance of a stumping.
Yeah, I think that is a mischance. I think it was misstumped by Ernisha Fontaine. You can see how disappointed she looks. You can see the disappointment on all the faces of the Windward Islands players, Afi Fletcher in particular. She created a chance. And you were talking about the fact that she wouldn't be too disheartened with Gajnabi using her feet to her. She likes when batters are using their feet because she backs herself to take one past the outside edge, and that was very well bowled. Unfortunately, Fontaine was unable to complete the stumping.
And Fletcher will work again a little wider. She plays that one square on the offside. And Gajnabi stepping out. And that one leaving her.
See, that's the reason I felt this was a very good move to bring that mid-off into the circle. Ask Gajnabi to use her feet and hit the ball over mid-off if she's brave enough. It's good captaincy. She created an opportunity, Fletcher. Unfortunately, it's gone to begging.
And that wicket would have meant so much to the Windward Islands, breaking the partnership. But she's working again, Fletcher. She pushes that one, Gajnabi, to the extra cover region. They run one. She was looking for two, being sent back by Campbell. She's not going to chance another run out in this match. It's the end of the over, 55 for 2. Perhaps it could have been 54 for 3. We won't ever know again.
And don't forget, Campbell's dropped on 16 by the wicketkeeper as well, down the leg side. So 2 chances created by the Windward Islands bowlers. Unfortunately, Fontaine wasn't able to come up with any of them. And the 2 key batters for the Guyanese.
And they'll have to work. The keeper, she'll have to get beyond that, stay focused, take the other one that will be coming whenever, if it comes. And it's James to continue.
And you can only hope that her team will continue to encourage her. She is quite a young player, Fontaine. She was the wicketkeeper for that West Indies on the 19th side last year's World Cup. So she's very young. She will make mistakes. And hopefully she will continue to improve though.
Left arm James again. A little short and getting back is Gajnabi, pulling it through the mid-wicket region, but there's a sweep on the boundary. They'll just pick up the one. And for this tournament, we are seeing youth on display. On the 19 players.
Yeah, in an effort to continue with the development of youngsters across the Caribbean. Cricket West Indies has asked every team to include at least 2 under-21 players.
Which is a very good move indeed. With the view that that is trickled down to the clubs in each territory. Single from that ball. 162, the projected score at the moment. 3.23 runs per over. It has been climbing. Shot, banging that one back to the bowler is Gajnabi, not really in control of that. And Campbell really skittling out of the way on that occasion. Wide, slow, and joined just over the head of Kiana Jones at point. They won one, considered two, they decided on it.
Yeah, excellent thinking by Zayda James. Almost creating an opportunity. Luckily for Gajnabi, it was just out of the reach of Kiana Joseph at point. A good change of pace. She really tossed that one up and invited a big booming drive from Gajnabi.
Very good thinking indeed from a youngster.
The youngster who started off as a pacer as well. Stanley Fletcher this morning. All her left-arm pacers end up bowling spin. Kiana Joseph is a left-arm pacer.
Okay.
She bowled pace at the World Cup in 2017, in fact. See, the Jeans was a pacer. She's a spinner. Many who would have been following West Indies team would know about Chanel Daly, who too was a pacer. Ended up being a spinner for Jamaica. So I'm hoping that Selena Ross doesn't end up being a spinner, though.
And the view that left-arm pacers could be very troublesome.
Yeah, but bowling pace is hard work. Maybe they've all realized it.
It takes a toll on the body.
Indeed it does. I know too well. I've had my fair share of injuries.
Guiding that one down to the short third man is Campbell.
And we see after she's guided that one, Campbell, she's rehearsed to get behind the ball as opposed to pulling away the ball, pulling away from the ball.
And trying to sweep, and she does pass the, and yes, it goes into the boundary. That one perhaps popping a little bit. At the end of the day, getting 4 runs. It's not about how they come, it's what happened. And the ball basically trickling into the boundary.
It's a very good shot from Shameen Campbell. I mentioned earlier that she's very adept at playing that sweet shot. She's quite a good player off spin because she's a player who will use that sweep shot. She will play the orthodox sweep and she will reverse sweep.
And here she is stepping into the offside, plays it to the extra cover, picking up 1.
And we could just go back to 2 balls to goal when she tried to cut a ball and she ended up running it to third man because she pulled away from the ball. On that occasion, now, you saw her get across
Cross.
in line with the ball so she could punch it. Something she's continued to work on over the years, Campbell.
Standing tall is Gajnabi not being able to beat the mid-off fielder. The clouds are continuing to drift westwards. There is a breeze, which is a good thing. Pitched up on about leg stump, punching that out to the mid-on region, picking up a single and bringing up the end of the over. 65 for 2. 6 runs coming from that over. Campbell 32 from 38. Gajnabi 28 from 56. Perhaps these batters will be thinking they may need to turn up the pressure a little more. 3.42 the run rate. Gajnabi guiding that one down to, trying to guide it down to the third man region. James tosses up, playing it square, and they run through for a single. A little bit of misfielding there. Forward a square. A single being had. And Gajnabi still saying, hey, Skip, clearer communication. Perhaps we don't want another run out.
That probably shouldn't have resulted in a single, but another bit of misfielding by a Windward infielder.
And here is Campbell pulling square. Easy stop there by the fielder at deep mid wicket on the boundary. A little concerned about the bounce, perhaps, but she stopped it well in the end. Still turning over the strike. James a little wide. Gajnabi pulling down to long on. Coming off of the boundaries, fielding. 3 runs in 4 balls. Still ticking over.
Yeah, James has been perhaps a little short in this over in particular. So it's been very easy for the batters to just rock onto the back foot and score. And as I say that, she goes fuller. But that's exactly where you want to see her as a spinner.
Exactly. Campbell stands tall, trying to punch that one, not being able to beat the cover, brings up the end of the over. 68 for 2 from 20. And they're going to be thinking about stepping it up at this stage. Projected score of 170. No doubt they'll try to get to 200. They would like to get to 200 in the first instance to pick up that bonus point.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to worry too much about stepping it up, the Guyana women. I think what's key is that these two bat the majority of the overs. So they have to take it in small parts. They've got to focus on maybe batting to at least the 30th over. See if they can get to 100, 110 by then. And then maybe look to step it up around the 35th. It is going to be Kiana Joseph into the attack. So the 7th bowler, Kiana Joseph, is today. She is going to be coming from that far end, replacing her captain, Afi Fletcher.
She's bowling to Gajnabi, 30 from 61.
To be left arm around the wicket. 3 fielders on the boundary. Deep mid wicket, long on, and deep cover.
Wide. Plays into the offside. Easy single. Tossing that one high. And Campbell just short and wide, and it beats the fielder backward point. They get one thinking of a second, and they go through. They'll have to Howie. She'll really have to Howie. Save 2 in the end. Perhaps a better throw might have been interesting there.
Yeah, there's scramble for those 2 runs. Campbell and Gajnabi putting pressure on the fielder coming in from the deep cover boundary. Janelia Glasgow. She's able to make it in the end, Campbell, but it did take a dive.
Wide again, short is Joseph.
More
And,
work on the boundary for Glasgow.
And is it Campbell Gajnabi who's going down mid-pitch? Umpire signals dead ball. And she's signaling to the dressing room. Gajnabi seems to be in some pain. We are not certain what happened as yet.
She does seem to be in an excruciating amount of pain, Gajnabi.
And this wouldn't be a good sign for the Guyanese, especially at this stage. It doesn't. Without the physio trying to inquire if she'll be able to continue, she'll need to go off. Concern being shown by the Windward Islands batters. She goes down, seems a little stronger. Ow, and she loses balance.
Yeah, perhaps dehydrated, Gajnabi. Not sure if it'll be wise for her to carry on.
I support that. I think she'll need to go to the dressing room, relax a bit. And too often we see athletes, they are not 100%, but the spirit they want to fight and they're not allowing prudence to kick in and sometimes making a bad situation worse. We're hoping that won't be the case today. She's standing. The physio is talking to make sure she's focused. And it looks like she's suggesting to the physio, yes, I'm ready. I'm going to go on. '71. '71 for 2, is it? And she's putting back on her helmet, so it looks like she's going to continue, Gajnabi.
You just wonder how much this is going to affect her running. She's chosen to continue. Physio has left the field now. So let's hope that she's okay, Gajnabi. But we'll pay close attention to this now. They've been running quite a bit, these 2 batters.
And that's something Campbell will have to take in mind with those singles as well. We are set. We're ready to continue. Ajnabi seems to be better. And Joseph continues. Outside the off stump, punching and beating. Perhaps that should not have been a single. But beating the fielder at the cover in the end. And they'll have to tighten up. These singles could be and would be critical. Tossing it up, and here goes Nabi just over the head of that wideish mid-off, and the ball goes into the boundary. 4 runs.
Yeah, and almost a chance. Malika Edward fielding at mid-off thought she was in with a chance. I think she misjudged that one though. Perhaps if she had decided to run back initially, she could have created the opportunity. Nonetheless, it is a boundary to end the over. Joseph's first over goes for 8 runs.
Yeah. And that would probably be 9. Oh no, that's the 4. Yeah, they would have run. And that's a bye. And Gashnabi, a bit of indecision. Yes, no, yes, no.
Indecision caused by a brilliant bit of fielding by Pearl at the end, diving to her right at extra cover, preventing the single.
Oh, lovely shot here by Gajnabi. Will it get to the boundary? No, it wouldn't. They'll pick up 2.
Yeah, just 2 runs. But the first bit of innovation being shown by these batters. A good bit of work by Gajnabi, realizing that the fielder behind square was not fine enough. So it was a very low risk shot. Very well played by Gajnabi, getting under it and helping it.
A shot becoming very popular in the white ball cricket. She looks like she is fine. Gajnabi going down again, trying to sweep, perhaps getting an inside edge. Yes, runs are signaled by the umpire.
So now is the time to pay attention. She's just run 2 twos, Gajnabi. So this could be a clear indication of how she's really feeling.
And Campbell on the other end will also be observing that. And one in for a single. Pulling that one into the mid-wicket region is Gajnabi. Driving back down the track. A little bit of misfeeling by the bowler, but no harm done. 82 for the loss of 2. Gajnabi inching towards her 50. 40 from 68. And so too is Campbell. 36 from 46.
Kiana Joseph to continue from the far end.
Come a little, one more.
Tosses that one. Gashnavi attempting to go down and coming back, perhaps not so comfortable, readjusting perhaps to the pitch of the ball.
Yeah, good adjustment in the end by Gashnabi, but well bowled by Kiana Joseph. You want to see more flighty deliveries from the spinners.
A little faster, a little flatter. And I probably would have given the same ball. Maybe even with a little more loop.
Yeah, they've been way too short, all of the spinners so far. We've seen a number of runs being scored off the back foot. It's just been too easy.
Again, back foot, punching it into the offside single.
Come, Kiki, come, Kiki.
Kiana being encouraged by her teammates. Very experienced. Wide and a bit of misfielding again. And perhaps roughly about 7-8 runs in misfielding so far. Would it cost them in the end Windward Islands? Faster. Little shorter on the stumps. Punching down to the long on is Campbell.
So you see, without taking any risk at all, that run rate is slowly creeping up.
Looping that one a little wider as well. Wide of the fielder in the covers, picking up a single. The end of over number 23. 87 for 2. And that's the thing about singles. You don't see the batters creeping towards the 50s or the 100s once they're taking those singles. Remind me somewhat of Larry Gomes. He sticks around and all of a sudden he has 50 plus. 43 from 77 is Gajnabi. Campbell, 38 from 48.
Change the ball, right arm over.
James going right arm over now. Oh, there's a change in bowling actually.
Fletcher.
Beating the outside edge. Coming down but not coming across really was.
Fletcher has changed ends. She started at the far end. Now she's replacing James coming from this media center end.
Oh, and is that a chance? Yes, it appears to be a little wide, a little higher. Fletcher jumping, stretching.
Oh, that's tough to call that a chance. Fletcher's way too short to catch that one. Way over her.
Perhaps if she was an inch and a half taller. But a good attempt nonetheless. Sweeping again, a loud appeal. Not interested is umpire holder. That one bounces. Will they get 4 leg buys? Yes. We're waiting for the 4 buys actually.
4 buys. So apparently it hit nothing at all.
Ouch.
Players obviously were convinced that it took the pad.
Because there was an appeal. And it's Fletcher to try again to Campbell. 92 inches closer to the century. And a 2 full, trying to loop that a bit, but only one in the end by stopped by the fielder down on the long on boundary. Try to give it a little bit more air.
Yeah, realizing that she has to be a lot further at these two batters in particular. They're very comfortable off their back foot.
Airing it again. On the leg stump, stepping out is Gajnabi, punching it into the mid-on. Faster, flatter, wider, and it is a wide. Trying to mix it up, faster, flatter, but drifting in line. Gearing again, stepping out is Gajnabi. Shine at this stump is Fletcher. Very good thinking indeed. .94 for 2, the Windward Islands. Sorry, Guyana, after losing the toss and being asked to bat. 44 from 76 is Gajnabi. 39 from 50 is Campbell. These two came together when the score was 12. 12 for 2.
A good bit of consolidation by these two. And again, we see a recovery period. We saw the same thing when Barbados played Jamaica here in that first game. Jamaica were 40 for 3. Ended up making 289. They got to 123 before they lost their fourth. And it was a captain who was involved in those crucial partnerships. It was Stephanie Taylor involved in that game. Now it's Shameen Campbell. So the captain's leading from the front. And rightly so. Change of angle by Kiana Joseph. That farm over the wicket now.
Pulling that one through mid-wicket, picking up a single. And something we haven't seen much of, bowlers bowling a little further back from the popping crease.
Let's go, ladies.
A little wider, going back on the back foot. Cutting his Gashnabi, not getting in control. I remember my first experience of that as an umpire. I'm looking for the bowler up here with the popping crease. Next thing I imagine, I see something going on the ball, and the bowler isn't here. And here is Gajnavi banging that one down to long off, picking up a single.
I always wonder about that though. When you don't have the benefit of TV replays and the bowler bowls from behind the umpire, how can you know if it's a legal delivery? Yeah, you have no idea if he's bowled with a straight arm,
no,
he or she.
Yeah, you have no idea, but then that's when your colleague at square leg comes in. And here is Campbell sweeping that one. And she'll get 2. Her favorite shot. Going back with a square.
That's off me. Yeah. That's off me.
And you may have heard of Victor Eddy. And he was, I think he was the first one who would have done me that.
I would have updated you, but that's me.
And stay bowling a little further back from the popping crease. The ball takes a little longer to get to the batters. Dabbing that one square is Fletcher.
Come, girls, come, Kiki.
Important to note that this over, the Windward Islands have decided to bring that fielder into the circle from deep cover. So there is a ring on that offside now.
Fletcher standing tall. Missing that one. It goes to the keeper. No harm done. 4 from the over. 98 for 2. And these clouds are still drifting. No threat of rain at the moment. The sun is fighting its way through here at Warner Park. There's a cruise ship in. We're seeing a few visitors sitting and looking at the game of cricket. Are they English? Are they Scottish? Are they Welsh? As I welcome back Carlisle to the microphone.
Thank you very much. And we're seeing a good partnership here. The second wicket fell with a score on 11. And so this partnership has resulted in 87 runs for the Guyana team. Gajnabi is on 45 and taking strike from Fletcher. And she's using the feet, playing this one into the onside, finds mid-wicket, and she won't score. Fletcher none for 13 from 4 before this. And I've been monitoring the games which are being played as well. And I can tell you that there's a delivery played straight to the field at mid-wicket, and she didn't do herself justice. She didn't go for it, and it landed. It should have been taken, though. It should have been a catch. And Fletcher is yet to get a first wicket. But the score moves on to 99 for 2. Sherman Campbell is on 42. And she's now on strike. And for this delivery from Fletcher, she's back and defends away in the offside. And she won't score. So the Leewards are 78 for the loss of 6 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago against Barbados. Barbados are 84 for 1.
Nice recovery indeed. Or should I say better performance.
Can tell you that in that game, Casey Knight is on 55. Calendar went for 10. Cumberbatch is on 11. Here is a delivery from Fletcher. And she's going back and guiding down to short. Third man is Campbell. She won't score. And she remains on 42. So 99 for the loss of 2. We're in over number 26. Affy Fletcher with the final delivery of her over. He's bowling from over the wicket at the media center end. And she's sweeping. Is she? Yes, she's given out LBW. Sweeping across the line of the delivery, looking down to the mid-wicket position, and the shouts went up immediately. Umpire Holder had no hesitation. She sent Captain Campbell on her way. As we look at the replay once more, Fletcher bowling a delivery which seemed pretty much in line. And so she has gone, has Captain Campbell, and it's 99 for the loss of 3 wickets. Fletcher gets a first.
And trying the sweep shot, which is one of her favorites, and perhaps she's going to be extremely mad with herself for various reasons. 50 insights she lost on that, and more importantly, she and Gajnabi would have had a very good thing going, building the partnership. 100 inside, giving it away. And no doubt in the reviews she would probably be telling her players, hey, forget me, don't take me at that example.
So Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, they have lost their second wicket. It's now 84 for the loss of 2. Leewards are 83 for 6. And here at Warner Park, it's 99 for 3. Guyana batting first. Losing Campbell for 42. Gajnabi is on strike. She's on 46. And Joseph will be bowling from the far end, which is the Lozak Road end. Gajnabi seems to have recovered nicely from an injury. Here's a delivery which is going back to and pulling. Brings the fielder off the long on boundary. They'll get a single. She moves to 47. And that brings up the 100 for Guyana. So they are exactly 100 runs away from a batting power play. 100 for 3 in over number 27. bowling from Guyana Joseph has been a little bit short.
Yes, and not getting into the thick of things. Short at times, a little full, too wide perhaps at times as well.
She'll be bowling to Grimond. Here is Joseph, and Grimond is driving into the offside, finds extra cover. He won't score. So we're in round 2 of the CG United Super 50 for ladies. And it's Joseph from the far end, bowls a well-flighted delivery, which is driven down to mid-off. The fielder runs in from long off, and she gets off the mark, does really. Grimond, she goes to 1. It's 101 for 3. Ghaznavi is on 47. Has taken 81 deliveries, but the good thing is that she's still there. And Joseph comes up to bowl to her, and she's pulling a short delivery, and the fielder will come from the long on boundary. They'll get another single, so she'll move to 48. 102 for 3 in over number 27 of 50. So Joseph has been a little bit too short in this spell. Bowling a delivery, which is beaten outside the off stump as it goes through for the keeper. And it's 102 for 3.
Perhaps a little surprised by a little extra bounce on that occasion.
Joseph once more, and she's bowling a faster delivery, but it's wide of the off stump, too wide, called and signaled by the umpire, and so it's 102 now, 103 for 3. As Joseph comes up to bowl to Grimond, gets a short delivery, which had she left it would possibly have been called a wide. She plays it down to the fielder at cover, and they don't score. It's the end of the over, 103 for the loss of 3. And so Guyana, after a very good partnership, having to rebuild once more. But Ghaznavi is the on 48. She's taken 82 deliveries. Campbell was scoring a little bit faster, but she has departed. It's 103 for 3, 27 overs gone.
She would have started somewhat shakily, did Ghaznavi. Timing wasn't there. Playing a little too early at times as well. And nonetheless, she has built. She has gone in confidence. Had a scary moment when she went down mid-pitch. Not feeling too good there, but she has recovered nicely.
And for this delivery, she's getting a good one. That seems to have been the googly, but plays it nicely in the end, and the keeper recovers behind the stumps. No chance of a run. So Fletcher is in her 6th over, 1 for 14 before this. He's an experienced player. Fletcher goes up, gives his own generous flight, and she's slightly beaten, playing it off the outer portion of the bat, and goes into the offside for no runs. So Defabet and CG United, the sponsors, along with Blue Waters. Here is Fletcher, and given good flight, again beaten. She's playing across the line of the delivery, and it squirts her into the offside. Now this is good bowling by Afi Fletcher. Ghaznavi has been there for all of 85 deliveries, and Fletcher has had the better of it in this over. Here is she again, given this one good flight, pitch about the leg stump, and work to backward square. They won't score. So 103 for 3 in over number 28. Guyana being asked to bat first. Ghaznavi is on 48. And Grimond is on 1. Here is Fletcher. Again given some flight. And, knocked down nicely by the fielder at extra cover. As there was Ghaznavi drawing away and punching firmly into the offside. But she won't score. Here is Fletcher. And this one is again the googly, played into the onside, and that's poor fielding by the fielder there. Just put down the left hand and giving up 2 runs when they ought not to have been any. And so the Windwards concede another 2 runs. and that will take the score on to, well, it's actually 50 to Ghaznavi, coming up in some 88 deliveries, and the score moves on to 105 for the loss of 3. So good 50. It has taken us some time, but the fact is that she's still there, and we still have another 22 overs to go.
And yes, the Guyanese team, they will want her to steady it towards the end, perhaps get a ton. And she's seeing the ball as big as a basketball, perhaps. And we've seen some misfielding by my calculations, roughly 10 extra runs being given to the Guyanese.
At a minimum.
At a minimum. Would it come back to haunt them? We'll have to wait and see.
And now we see that the umpire is calling the physio once again for Ghaznavi. And the physio is running onto the field. And the umpire takes possession of the ball, as they do nowadays. And so Ghaznavi, we can tell you, is on 50 from 88 deliveries. Grimond is on 1. It's 105 for 3. The current run rate is at 3.55. And at this run rate, it will take Guyana to 188. They will want to get at least 200 to pick up a bonus batting point.
Definitely. And very early in the game, the projected score was 118. So they have been steadily increasing. And Ghaznavi, she's been attended by the physio. It seems to be something about her right hand on this occasion, which may be a better thing to how it was previously.
The previous occasion, I had me worried for a little bit because she collapsed in the middle of the pitch when they were running a run. And the umpire quite rightly called and signaled dead ball so that she could not be run out while she had an injury. And she recovered from that nicely. This seems to be something with the hand. She's also taking some liquids, which is advisable. But it gives us the opportunity to look at the other games. And I can tell you that the game between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados on 94 for 2. KCA Knight is on 62 from 93. And with her is Kishona Knight on 3. So 94 for 2 Barbados in the 30th over. And in the game which is being played at Connery, the Leewards are 96 for the loss of 6 wickets. Rennie's Boyce, 36 from 65. Saneldo Willett, 3 from 16. As we resume play here at Warner Park. And here's a little delivery from Williams, which is generously flighted and played back down the track on the onside. And they won't score. So Joseph got quite a number of wickets last year. Getting into her work now, and again this one is short, but it's rather tugged onto the onside of the pitch by Grimond. And again, here is a bit of sloppy cricket from the Windwards because they were not running. And yet still the ball was overthrown into the offside and allowing an easy single. So you'll have to update your total, Troy. Make that 11 minimum. 106 for 3. As Joseph bowls a delivery, which is again short, tugged into the onside. And Ghaznavi won't score. She remains on 50. 106 for 3 in over number 29. Joseph bowls again, a delivery which is punched into the offside, misfielded by the fielder at extra cover. So it goes down to the fielder coming off the long off boundary. They'll get another run. 107 for 3, and Windwards continue to be generous to the Guyanese cause.
By my estimation, at least 12.
Here is a delivery which he's trying to play into the offside. Is Grimond backing away, not coming across towards the line of the delivery. She misses and it goes through to the keeper. Joseph in her 5th over, none for 23. Gives this one generous flight. It's played away into the offside. Extra cover picks up the ball which is rolling gently towards her. And they won't score. So 29 overs are gone. It's 107 for 3. Guyana being asked to bat first. Ghaznavi is on 51. The next high score, 42 to the captain Fletcher Campbell.
And Gajnabi, of course, she'll have to start again. Perhaps dehydration, we don't know. Maybe some cramps. But she'll need to steady her. And Grimmond, as much as possible, will need to turn over the strike to her. And Gajnabi and Campbell, they did a good job rotating.
Here is Afi Fletcher. Delivery outside the off stump, hit in the air, knocked down nicely by the fielder at cover, and they won't score. It's a little bit wide, teasingly flighted on that occasion. And Gajnabi is on 51 and has Afi Fletcher bowling at her. This one is given good flight, played in the air, but safely. It's rolling down for the fielder to come from off the long off boundary, and they'll get a single. So she goes to 52, and it's 108 for 3. And herein lies the challenge, Troy, because Campbell has left on 42. Gajnabi is the set batter, and she wouldn't want to give it away at this point. But Windwards would love to get a wicket.
Definitely.
Here is Fletcher, and the batter, Grimmond, is again backing away from the delivery, trying to play it into the offside. Misses the bat, goes through to the keeper. 108 for 3.
She'll want to steady her. She'll want to bat as deep, perhaps to the end.
Fletcher 1 for 17 before this. Bowls a delivery, which is played into the offside. Finds cover, and they won't score. So Grimmond is yet to settle. She's 2 from 10. And Afi Fletcher once more gives this one flight. It's a googly again. And again, there was Grimmond making room towards leg. And then at the last moment, had to bring her back down on the googly, which was coming back in towards her. And she defended it away. But good, clever stuff here from Afi Fletcher. With the last delivery of the over from over the wicket. And it's again given good flight, tugged into the onside. Clear of the fielder at mid-wicket. But there is a deep mid-wicket coming off the boundary. And so she'll get a single to take her on to 3. And the score at the end of over number 30, 109 for 3.
Fletcher very experienced, and she has been using that googly to good effect even when Campbell was at the wicket with Gajnabi. And she continues to use it. And the players, the batters, they're somewhat picking it up late. Playing for one shot only to realize, hey, this is the googly and not what I've been thinking. And they have been adjusting well as well.
Kiana Joseph is bowling to Grimmond, who is playing it into the offside, and they won't score. (109 for 3). As Joseph bowls to Grimmond, gives it generous flight. It's played to extra cover. And the score remains 109 for 3 in over number 31. Joseph from the Lozak Road end. And she's bowling a delivery which is well wide of the off stump and left alone there by Grimmond. But the wide takes the total up now to 110 for 3. Joseph again, this time goes close to the stumps and bowls a straight delivery. And again, Grimmond is backing away outside the leg stump to make room instead of going towards the line of the delivery. Here is Joseph once more, flatter, faster, and play to extra cover. They won't score.
Joseph seemed to be settling in now a little better.
Bowls to Grimmond, who again pushes that left foot back outside the leg stump to make room and cracks it away into the offside, down to the extra cover boundary for 4. And so that will take the score to 114. Again short, again wide, and this time Grimmond was on top of it and placed it away beautifully for 4 runs. 114 for 3. And Grimmond goes on to 7.
First boundary in about 10 overs, Carlisle.
Last delivery of the over, and she is hitting in the air. Mid-wicket is vacant because the fielder is on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and so she'll get a single to end the over. 31 gone, 115 for the loss of 3, Guyana.
And they're continuing to climb, continue to build. 3.71 the current run rate. 186, inching closer to that 200 mark, which will earn them 1 bonus batting point. And even without the batting point, that would have been the target, and more so now because of the batting point.
At Connery, Barbados women 107 for the loss of 2. Correction, that's at St. Paul's. At Connery, the Leewards women 95 for 7. Here's a delivery which is pitched outside the leg stump. Must have brushed the batter on the way through because no signal comes. And the score is at 115 for 3. We're at Warner Park. Grimond is on 8 from 19. Gashnabi is on 52 from 92. And we're in the 32nd over. Afi Fletcher, 1 for 18 in her 8th over. And here is the batter. Grimond again planting the left foot outside the leg stump and having a waft at this one. It goes straight to the keeper and they don't score. So Fletcher has been very economical. 1 for 18 in her 8th over. Here is she again giving this one generous flight. It's the googly. And again she doesn't pick it, Grimond. But she gets a single as she drags it from the inner portion of the bat. It goes down past the keeper. And so she moves to 9. And it's 116 for 3. Gashnabi comes in to strike. She has been off strike a bit recently and hasn't been scoring a great deal. And for this delivery from Fletcher, she's back turning it into the onside. Brings the fielder from the deep mid-wicket boundary, and so they'll have a single. And she goes to 53, 117 for 3. 1 delivery left in the over. As Fletcher comes up now to bowl a delivery to Grimond, who is playing it down to forward of square, brings the fielder off the boundary. And they'll get a single. I did say 1 delivery left in the over. That was premature. Still 1 more to go. It's 118 for 3. Gashnabi is on 53. And she takes strike. And again, it's another googly. And she plays it away on the offside. So Fletcher has been mixing it up nicely.
Definitely. One may ask, should she have bowled another extra googly or 2 per se, as the batters, they not seem to be picking up that googly early enough. Yes, they have been blocking, getting away with 8%, not giving away the wickets. So maybe she ought to try it, but then again, she wouldn't want the batters to get too accustomed to her. It's a surprise ball. But mixing it up nonetheless, having some discussions with Joseph is Fletcher. Perhaps thinking about a field adjustment.
Took a little look to my left during the over to look at our fellow commentator Shakira Selman, and she was nodding in approval. Probably liking what she's seeing from Afi Fletcher. And Kiana Joseph, none for 29 from 6. It's 118 for 3, Guyana. Grimond is on strike. She's on 10. And has Kiana Joseph to bowl to her. Generous flight. Pitch about. Legs outside the leg stump. And she's sweeping at it. Is Grimond missing. So the score will remain on 118 for 3. Sydney United Super 50. And it's Windwards against Guyana. Driven firmly in the air, and it will bounce just short of the fielder coming off the long off boundary. But she'll get a single Grimond to take on to 11. And the score to 119 for 3. Brings up Gajnabi, who is on 53 to take strike. Seems like quite a long time ago she brought up a 50.
Definitely.
Come girls, come girls, come girls.
50
come
from
girls.
88 balls at 11:54.
It's now 53 from 94.
But Joseph trying to perhaps buy a wicket that last ball, tossing it up high and slow.
And again giving this one good flight. And it's fielded at mid-wicket. No runs. So we're in over number 33. Here is Joseph. Faster delivery. And it's driven out to extra cover. No runs. So a number of delays. And you know the fielding side has a set time to get in the overs. I'm sure that the umpires will take those delays into consideration. Here is Joseph bowling a delivery which is short, and the pull back down on the onside of the pitch wasn't fielded by Joseph, and so it went down straight for long on to come across to a left. End result is a single to Gajnabi to take it to 54, 120 for 3. And Grimmond is on 11, comes up to take strike from Joseph with the last delivery of the over, and she's playing it out to extra cover. So just 2 runs in the over, 33 completed, 120 for the loss of 3.
And the batters being troubled for the last few overs by Fletcher and Joseph on the other side. It seems there may very well be a bowling change here, but Joseph, she hasn't quite settled. A little short, a little too wide. Mixing them up nonetheless. Eerie, sometimes faster, flatter. Seven overs, 31 runs, Joseph. Yet to get a wicket.
New bowler will be Noel, who is coming back into the attack. And she will be bowling from the media center end. 120 for 3. Guyana being asked to bat first.
Change the bowler, right arm over.
Lost their first wicket with the score on 1. Second wicket with the score on 11. Then an 88-run partnership between Campbell and Gajnabi. Campbell went for 42 with the score 99 for 3. It's now 120 for 3. So we see the captain changing the field and exchanging the positions of long on and mid wicket. So we're set now, and Noel will move away from us to bowl to Gajnabi, and it's down the leg side. That's wide. And so it will be run number 121 for Guyana for the loss of 3 wickets. We're in over number 34.
Some dark clouds had been hovering above Carlisle, but they've now drifted westwards. So the sun, very cloudy here still, but white, fluffish clouds.
Delivery which is driven into the pitch and goes down to the fielder coming off the long on boundary, and so that will be a single. Gajnabi gets 55th run. It's 122 for 3. We're talking about clouds, but it's still very bright and sunny and must be hot out there. This is a kind of weather. I'll get back to that as Noel bowls a short delivery, which is played down to short third man, no runs. This is the kind of weather that commentators in air-conditioned spaces says brilliant weather for cricket. And that cricketers tell you it is too hot.
The good thing there is a breeze, a stiffish breeze blowing from east to west.
As Noel bowls to Grimmond, who is driving down to mid-wicket, no runs. Easy to say it is brilliant for cricket when you're sitting in air-conditioned comfort. Players are out there. They say it's hot, it's sweaty, but it's good for the spectators.
The clouds cumulonimbus, I think it is, from my second form geography.
Noel Bowls the delivery, which is played into the onside, brings the fielder from the mid-wicket boundary. She bobbles a little bit, but the batters had already accepted the fact that they'll get one. And so just a single. And the score moves on to 123 for the loss of 3. And Grimond moves to 12. Ghaznavi's on 55.
Ghaznavi perhaps not wanting really to push it too hard for her.
And here is she shaping for the scoop and going outside the off stump. She misses. And it's had her been in a normal position, it would have been interesting to see if the umpire would have been interested in a wide.
But it went down the leg side.
It did.
Without any contact, it should have been a wide.
I agree. Here is Noel. And the delivery, which is hitting the air out of the reach of the bowler Noel. They have a single. And there's a fielder coming from long on to straight behind the wicket. And they'll get a single. 124 for 3. 34 overs completed. And Ghaznavi is on 56. Grimond is on 12. Ghaznavi has now faced 100 deliveries for her 56 balls.
And being supported by Ghaznavi. There are 2 Ghaznavis in the side. This is Realina, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. And she's turning it around, picking up the singles, and we are going to see a water break, Carlisle.
And so 34 overs completed, 124 for the loss of 3. Current run rate is projecting a score of 183. That will be short of a bonus batting point. But we'll take a break. And we'll be back with you for more action from here at Warner Park. Welcome back to Warner Park. After the drinks break, we resume. And we'll see the start of over number 35. It's 124 for 3, Guyana. And projecting a score which will take them short of a bonus batting point. So they'll want to push on. First of all, get the bonus point and then move on from there. Gajnabi is on strike. She's on 56. And we see James, who is coming into the attack. And for this delivery, she's bowling a good delivery, which is played down the track on the offside. And don't tell me that Gajnabi is having problems with her legs now. And she seemed to be having problems with her leg just after the water break. She has gone down on the pitch. And Shakira, when would she eventually decide to retire? We've just had a long water break.
Yeah, she obviously doesn't want to leave the field, Gajnabi. She's gone into her 50, and these are important runs for her and her side. But she's struggling. She continues to struggle. And this is about the third or fourth time we've seen the physio being called on for her. This time it seems to be cramp. She also was being stretched during that water break. So clearly struggling, Gajnabi, but she continues to want to fight on for her team.
The overs should be completed by 1 o'clock. And so you're looking at about 40 minutes to complete 16 overs. Don't think that the Windwards will be getting there. But she seems to be in a considerable amount of pain. And so I'm sure that very soon the umpires and the team and Gajnabi will have to make a call whether or not she's fit and able to continue, whether or not she would want to go off to get fuller treatment.
Yeah, it may be worth going off into the cool and hopefully recovering where she can finish maybe with a flourish. But right now she's doing herself no good. And it looks as though she's decided to go off eventually.
But she has batted well. She has a half century behind her name. And I'm sure that had she been fully fit, by now she would have been flowing better. And so I could very well understand why she wanted to stay there and why the team wanted her to stay there. But it's still round 2 of the tournament. And we have more matches to come in the Super 50. And then we have the 2020 Blaze. And so she wouldn't want to cause further injury to herself. Whereas going off at this point, she would be able to get some treatment. And who knows, she might be able to come back towards the tail end of the inning if needed.
Yeah, certainly. Either way, she's finally decided to go off. And in walks Shanita Grimman. She too has a bit of experience. She's played for West Indies on a few occasions. She is a West Indies contracted player. So lots will be expected from Shanita Grimman. She has joined Liliana Grimman, who is on 12. So Gajnabi retiring her on 56.
Zayda James to the new batter, and she's coming down quickly on this one, plays it back down the track, and it's Shakiba Grimond. Shanita Grimond, in fact. And here's the delivery, which is playing into the onside, off her hips, chasing quickly for the first run. She wants a second run, and they come back for that quite easily in the end. And so Shanita Grimond is on the way. She's on 2, and it's 126 for the loss of 3, Guyana, weighing over number 35.
Yeah, good way to get off the mark by Shanita Grimond as well. She's using her wrist and using the angle of the ball. Zayda James bowling that arm around the wicket. Nice diving save by Guyana Joseph with the big mitts. Extra cover.
Just ringing a hand now. As James it is. And here's a delivery which is defended by Shanita Grimond. And they won't score. So 2 runs in the wicket, 2 runs in the over so far. And it will be James again to bowl to Shanita Grimond. And this is a delivery down the leg side, called and signaled wide. And so it will be run number 127 for Guyana. Coming up towards the end of over number 35. So the Grimmonds at the crease. And it is Zaire James, who is bowling from the Lossack Road end. And she's in her 6th over, none for 23 before this. And for this delivery, it's short. She's trying to play it into the onside. Shout goes up, but that looked to have been high. And so it's the end of the over. And the 3 runs coming from it, 2 from the bat and the wide. And it's showing 127 for 3 Guyana. And Shanita Grimond is on 2. Reliana Grimond is on 12. We continue to give you scores from the other games. And we can tell you that Leewards have been bowled out for 98. That's a game over at Connery. Here at Warner Park, Guyana 126 for the loss of 127 for the loss of 3. Haven't seen any movement in the score in the game between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. Seems to have been stuck on 109 for 2 for quite a while. So I'll try to find out what's happening with that game.
It will be Guyana Joseph to replace Karina Noel from this media center end.
And here's a delivery which is the batter is attempting to play it into the onside, Reliana Grimond, and it comes from the body. Shouts go up, umpire holder is firm in saying no. Joseph has been switched to the media center end. Delivery which is short, played into the offside, no runs. She's been just a little bit too short in her bowling today. Has not been asking too many questions of the batters.
Yeah, and it's something I found from both left-arm spinners.
Well-flighted delivery, played down to mid-wicket, no runs.
Yeah, they've both been too short. And many of the runs scored off both James and Joseph were played from the back foot.
Here's a delivery which is generously flighted and played firmly down to the fielder coming off the long-on boundary. And a single. And so the score moves up to 128 for the loss of 3. Reliana Grimond goes to 13, and Shanita Grimond, who is on 2, comes up to take strike. And for this delivery, it's wide and slapped into the offside. And it will go down to the extra cover boundary for 4. It was well wide of the off stump. But Shanita Grimond backed herself. Had she left it, it would have been comfortably a wide. But she backed herself and found the extra cover boundary for 4. And so it's 132 for 3. A little bit of indifferent bowling there by Guyana Joseph on that occasion.
Yeah, and it got the treatment it deserved. Too short, too wide, too slow. Everything was bad about that delivery.
Here is she bringing the batter forward, plays it on the onside of the track. 36 overs completed, 132 for 3. Guyana. Standout bowler so far has been Affie Fletcher, 1 for 21 from her 8. Like the look of young Ross as well.
Yeah, she's certainly impressed in this outing, Selena Ross. She got the ball up to the batters and she got the ball to swing into the right-handed batters. Remember, she got a wicket with her first delivery. Dismissed Mandy Mangru, bowled down. She had no answer for that in swinging delivery. She bowled 5 overs for 8 runs as well. So very impressive by the youngster. I'm surprised we haven't seen her back as yet.
It is James who is bowling to Reliana Grimond. She plays it into the offside, and there is no run. There is protection in the offside. A short third man. Fielder at backward point. Extra cover. And a long off. So good protection on the offside. As Zaida James bowls a delivery which is played into the offside, finds extra cover, and they won't score. She remains on 13, Reliana Grimond. 132 for 3. And the projected score is 182. Here is James, given this one good flight and punch into the pitch, down back to the bowler, and they won't score. 13 from 35, Reliana Grimond. James none for 23 before this. She's in the 7th over, and this delivery is flatter, faster, played up to extra cover, and again they won't score. No runs in the over so far.
Yeah, and Grimond has been in for quite a while now, and she will expect that she can do better on some of these deliveries, at least rotate the straight.
Here is she driving in the air down to the fielder at long off, who makes a whole mess of it. She was on the long off boundary, came running in, and eventually the ball went over her head and went for 4 runs. And so the fielding from the Windwards has been indifferent.
Yeah, it's been a real letdown, the fielding. And that should have been easily taken on the long off boundary. 4 dots and then creating a false shot. Zaida James, good bowling by her on that occasion, but totally misjudged by Narissa Crafton at long off. And if I told you that I saw that exact same thing last year by Crafton at long off, would you believe me?
I would. It's a delivery which is played into the offside, and it brings up the end of an over from which resulted 4 runs. It's 136 for the loss of 3. 37 overs have been completed, and for my money, the Windwards have been a little indifferent in the field. Current run rate by Guyana is 3.68. That puts us at 184 if they're to keep at this run rate. Reliana Grimond is on 17 from 38, and Shinetta Grimond is on 6 from 7. It's Shinetta Grimond who is taking strike from Kiana Joseph. Joseph in her 9th over, none for 36. Shinetta settles over her bat and is coming forward, defending nicely. And there is Joseph to field on her follow through. Last edition, Joseph took a bundle of wickets. It's early days yet. This one is hit in the air. It will fall short of the fielder coming off the mid-wicket boundary, and they'll get a single. So the score will move to 137 for 3, and Shinetta Grimond moves on to 7. Brings Reliana Grimond on 17 to take strike. And so Joseph goes away from us and gives this one generous flight. It's hit in the air firmly down to mid-wicket. There's a fielder chasing up the long on boundary, and they'll get 2 runs to make the score 139 for 3. And Reliana Grimond goes on to 19. Say good afternoon to all of those persons who are following this game. Delivery which is flighted wide of the off stump, left alone. Whether you're in Guyana, you're in any of the Windward Islands, or wherever you are. 139 for 3. Delivery played into the offside, brings extra cover into play. They won't score. So 3 runs in the over so far, as Kiana Joseph comes up with his 6th delivery. Hit in the air, and it's spliced off the outer portion of the bat. Simple catch for the keeper, running around to her right. And so Reliana Rialiana Grimond has gone. And that means that the Guyana have lost yet another wicket. They have lost wicket number 4. And remember that Gajnabi retired hurt. But for the Windwards, they'll be very pleased in that they have picked up a wicket. And certainly, they have worked long and hard for this wicket. The keeper didn't make a mess of it. It's 139 for 4. 38 overs have been completed.
Yeah, slower tossed up by Kiana Joseph. Grimond trying to get a move on. Decides to go across the line. She's unable to get on top of the bounce. Ends up offering an easy catch to Ernisha Fontaine, who gleefully accepted it. It's 139 for 4. And in comes Ashmini Munisar, last West Indies on the 19 captain.
And she will know that it's 139 for 4 and only 12 overs are left. Shinetta Grimond is on strike. James is starting her 8th over. He's bowling from the Lozak Road end. And for this delivery, it's driven back down the pitch by Shinetta Grimond. And she remains on 7 from her 10 deliveries. 139 for 4 in over number 39. Zayda James bowls to Grimond, who is defending nicely, and fielded on the follow through by Zayda James. Here is James once more, delivery which is short and played into the onside, down backward of square for 4. She erred in line there, did Zayda James, drifting into the pads. And Grimond played it well, just pulled it down to the vacant backward square position and picked up 4 good-looking runs.
Yeah, just slightly offline by Zayda James. Again, the angle taking that ball down the leg side and just helped on its way by Shanita Grimond. She capitalizes. It's her second for Shanita Grimond. She moves on to 11 double figures now. Prompts a change in field. Fielder from short third has gone to backward square.
And this one is played into the onside to mid wicket, and they won't score. James, none for 31 in her 8th over. Guyana being asked to bat first, 143 for 4. As James bowls to Grimond, who is driving but rather drags it off the under portion of the bat, and the bowler fields on the follow through. 1 delivery left in the over. 143 for 4. Shinetta Grimond is on 11. She's taking strike. Projected score 184.
Janelia Glasgow goes back to the cover boundary for the final delivery.
And so there is also protection out at mid wicket. Long on and long off. As James bowls to Grimond, who is turning this into the onside. There's a fielder at backward square. And so the quick yes becomes a no. End of the over. 39 overs gone. 143 for 4. Guyana batting first.
It will be Kiana Joseph to bowl her final over. She's bowled 9 overs, got her 1 for 39. She got that wicket of Riliana Grimond in her previous over. Joseph, remember, most wickets last year in the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup. Just 1 wicket so far today. She has 6 legal deliveries remaining, and she'll be hoping that she can add to her tally. Kiana Joseph.
Monisa is taking strike. She is yet to open her account. It's 143 for 4. 39 overs completed. And Kiana Joseph is going in to bowl to Monisa. She's taken on the pad. Loud shout goes up. Umpire says no. Guyana Joseph is bowling from around the wicket and will be bowling to Monisa. Goes past umpire Holder, gives this one generous flight. It's played away into the offside. Goes rolling down to extra cover, who picks up and sends it back to the bowler. So 143 for 4 in the 40th over. Here is a delivery which is short, wide, dragging the batsman wide. It's called and signaled wide. And so the score goes to 144 for 4. Monisa is yet to open her account.
Joseph would have wanted that one at the stumps. It was flatter and faster.
Played into the offside, down to forward of point. And perhaps a little bit hopeful on that occasion, just tossing it up and looking for an error. Monisa is on strike. And for this delivery, she's getting a generously flighted delivery and plays it down to mid-off. No runs.
Yeah, she's really trying to buy a wicket here, Kiana Joseph.
Absolutely. Here is Joseph once more. And better delivery, played into the offside. Fielder from point closes down quickly, and they won't score. So she has one legal delivery left in her spell. 1 for 40 before this. And it's Kiana Joseph. Bowls to Monisa. Gives this one again generous flight. And it's defended. End of the over, 40 gone. Guyana 144 for the loss of 4. Kashnabi retired her on 56. Campbell got 42. And Guyana, after 40 overs, 144 for 4.
It will be Afi Fletcher coming for her third spell. So she's back from that Lusat Road end. She started initially from that end, bowled 3 overs for 10 runs. Then she switched ends to this media center and got 1 for 11 from the next 5 overs. She has 2 overs remaining, Fletcher.
And she will be bowling to Shinetta Grimond. And this delivery is bringing the batter forward, driving, peels off the outer portion of the bat and goes into the offside where it is fielded at backward point. No runs. Afi Fletcher from the Lozak Road end. This one is a little faster. And she's defending is Shinetta Grimond. And she remains on 11 from her 17 deliveries. We're in over number 41. 144 for 4, Guyana. Here is Fletcher. And this one is played into the air, and the keeper is running around, trying to get there. Just a little bit too far away from her, and she couldn't reach. But it lobbed away into the offside. And Fletcher would be saying, "Lock, lock, oh lock, where are you?" Here is Afi Fletcher once more. And for this delivery, it's again given good flight. She's shown good control in this game today.
Yeah, she's gotten better almost every over. I don't think she would have been completely happy with her initial spell. She was a bit short as well. But since she's changed ends, boy, she's looked extremely good, Fletcher.
Shorter, but it's turning back into her. And so Grimond can only punch it away into the offside to cover. And she can score. 1 legal delivery left in this over. No runs scored yet. And it's Afi Fletcher from the Lozak Road end. And this one is on the leg side. And that's badly lined. It swung away into the onside and crosses the boundary now for 4. And so the score will move on to 148. As that was pitch outside the leg stump. And as if to say, you say I have shown good control? No. And that one rather got away. It's 148 for 4. And we've seen 41 overs completed.
Yeah, that boundary from the last ball of Fletcher's over really spoiling the over. 5 dots before that boundary. that one badly line, starting it too straight and asking it to do too much. Afi Fletcher. Shanita Grimman finds another boundary. She moves to 15 from 21 deliveries.
Barbados against Trinidad and Tobago, 124 for the loss of 2 wickets. Which means that Knight, Casey and Knight, has moved on nicely to 77. And Kishona Knight is on 15. Back here at Warner Park, Munisa is on strike. And James has been switched around. And this one is punched into the offside. They have crossed for 1. They'll be looking for the second run. And they will get that easily. 2. And so Munisa has opened her account with 2. And more importantly, Guyana move on to 150 for 4 in the 42nd over. Here's a delivery played into the onside. And they'll get a single. That will take the score to 151 for 4. And Shineta Grimond is on 15. She comes up to take strike. Munisa has moved on to 3.
Yeah, they really slowed down since the dismissal of Captain Shamian Campbell, the Guyana team.
Driven into the offside. They'll find a single as long off has to come from off the boundary. And so Grimond goes on to 16. And Munisa, who is in 3, comes up to take strike. 4 runs from the over so far. We're in over number 42. Here is James. And she's bringing the batter forward. Good delivery. Plays it away on the onside. No runs. So in the game, Leewards against Jamaica. Leewards all out for 98 and Jamaica 8 for 1. Here is James once more. Flatter, faster, short delivery though. And help down to the backward square boundary for 4. We've seen some errant short deliveries in this game. And that one was again short. And it was pulled down to the backward square boundary to bring up 4 good-looking runs.
And good quick footwork by Munisar. It was sharp, but it was also faster. So she did very well to get on her back foot quickly. And she was able to swivel and pull that one behind square into the boundary. She moves to 7. And immediately there's a change in field. The fielder who was in the circle at square leg has gone to the boundary at deep backward square.
Here is James once more. Final delivery of the over. Pushed into the offside. Finds extra cover. No runs. 42 overs completed. 156 for the loss of 4.
7 bowlers used by the Windward Islands side so far. 4 pacers and 3 spinners. Afi Fletcher, the stand-up bowler. She's aimed for her final over.
James, none for 39 from her 9 completed overs. And it will be Fletcher. Projected score just inching up to 186. Fletcher 1 for 25 from 9. As she comes up now to bowl, is bringing the batter forward, taken on the pad, shouts go up, no says the umpire. And that's Grimond, Shineta Grimond, who is on strike. And so young Ross was sent down 5 overs earlier. No chance of her bowling out today. She has another 5 left. Here is Afi Fletcher. And she's bringing the batter forward, strokes it on the onside of the pitch in defense. And the score remains 156 for 4. Shineta Grimond is on 16. Munisa is on 7. Grimond is on strike. And for this delivery from Fletcher, which is wide, back into the batter and played away. Chance of a run. So 4 dot balls in the over so far. 2 legal deliveries left. I said 4, it's actually 3. 3 legal deliveries left for Fletcher in this game. And she comes up. This one is pitched outside the leg stump. And it brushes the batter on the way through, so no chance of that being called wide. And now we have 2 deliveries left. Fletcher comes up to bowl to Shinetta Grimond. And again she's sweeping. Gets this one fine. Is going to be a bit of a challenge for the fielder coming from backward square. Can't get to it, and it crosses the boundary for 4.
Each time she's gone too straight, Alfie Fletcher, it's resulted in a boundary. So perhaps just trying too hard and asking the ball to do too much.
Shinetta Grimond has moved on to 20. It's 160 for 4. Win over number 43. Alfie Fletcher 1 for 29 with 1 legal delivery left. And she bowls to Grimond, who is driving firmly on the ground down to the fielder. Coming off the long on boundary, they'll get a single. And so the score will move on to 161 for 4. 43 overs have been completed. Gajnabi, you remember, retired hurt on 56. Sherman Campbell, she got a 42 from just 58 deliveries. And so it's 161 for 4. Money size on 7, she will be on strike. And no. It will in fact be Grimond who is on strike. We're showing a projected score of 187. I'm sure that Guyana would like a few more than that. 200 will give them a bonus batting point. In round 2 of the CG United Super 50 for ladies.
So 7 overs remaining. It means they have 42 legal deliveries, this Guyana side, to score 39 runs to get that bonus point. I wonder how much they're focusing on getting that.
Delivery, which is short, and it's played into the pitch and back to the bowler by Grimond. And she won't score. None for 17 in her 4th over, Noel.
Yeah, just her 4th over Noel, but it's her 3rd spell. Initial spell was 2 overs, and then she bowled 1 over.
Bowled him. There was Grimond making room, going towards leg. This one was pitched in line and hit middle and off. And so another wicket goes down for the Guyanese team. They have lost in it to Grimond. Pitched in line, hit the stumps, and she's a little bit upset with herself, but she was backing away and making room. There was Shinetta Grimond.
Yeah, and good bowling from Karina Noel. I spoke about her accuracy when she started her initial spell, and finally we see the accuracy being displayed. She's gone straight at the stumps. You miss, I hit. It also seemed to be a slower delivery. And even though Grimond went across the line, she seemed to be through the shot a bit too early. And that's the reason she's lost her wicket. She's gone for 20. Shinetta Grimond. So 161 for 5 now, the Guyana women.
And it's Schultz who is replacing Shinetta Grimond. And Noel has picked up her 1st wicket, 1 for 17 in her 4th over. And getting the results from bowling straight. You miss, I hit. So Noel getting a wicket with the 2nd delivery of her 4th over. And we'll be bowling to Casey Schultz. 161 for 5 in over number 44.
Yeah, Schultz coming to the crease suggests that Shabika Gajnabi is still not. She still hasn't recovered. Or at least not enough to come.
Delivery turned away into the onside, finds the fielder at short fine leg, and they won't score. So we look at that wicket delivery again, just playing completely across the line of the ball, and it went through to crash into the stumps. Here is Noel once more, and for this delivery, she's playing in the air. Beautiful catch at short extra cover. Oh, it was hit firmly, but it went straight to the fielder at short extra cover, and she snapped it up with one hand. Wonderful catch. Schultz has gone for naught. It's 161 for 6.
Yeah, I did mention those big mitts that Kiana Joseph has, and she's used that big left mitt. It is to her strong side. Remember, she's a left-hander, but look at how close she is, Kiana Joseph, and that is an excellent catch. An excellent grab, backing up the bowling of Karina Noel, and that's exactly what the Windward Islands wanted. Keisha Schultz goes without scoring. And it's 2 wickets in the over so far.
Beautiful catch. We're seeing a score which has been put in front of us here by our fellow commentator Troy Mills. Seems that Barbados have lost some very quick wickets, and we'll pull up that score in a while. We'll tell you that Jamaica 28 for 1 chasing 98 by the Leewards. When last we checked, Barbados was sitting comfortably at 120 odd for the loss of 2 wickets. Things have changed. Here's the delivery, which is striking the batter on the pad. Shouts go up, and the umpire says no. Trinidad and Tobago versus Barbados, and have to refresh my feed. Score that I saw suggested 5 wickets down. Here's the late delivery, which is played into the onside and fielded at mid-wicket. End of the over. 44 overs have been completed. Guyana 161 for the loss of 6 wickets.
And that's the end of a double wicket maiden by Karina Noel. Just reintroduced into the attack. And what a comeback over by Noel. And what a change by Afi Fletcher. So the Windward Islands all of a sudden back in control of this game. Guyana struggling at 161 for 6.
And we're seeing that the Barbados team, you're saying 154 for 5. My system is a little slow. It's still showing 138 for 3. See a change at the far end. And it looks like Etienne, who will be coming back. She is none for 13 from 5. And so this Windwards team, not short on choices, not short on options to complete the 6 overs which are left. Etienne is none for 13 from 5, and Ross in her opening spell sent down some 5 overs as well. So they're fortunate and have a lot of bowlers to choose from. Etienne will be bowling from the Lozak Road end, and she will be bowling to Monisa, who is on 7. And so Guyana have lost 2 wickets with the score on 161.
Yeah, remember earlier, I think it was when Troy was on with me, he was suggesting that Guyana perhaps will want to put their foot on the gas. But this is the reason they couldn't put their foot on the gas too early.
Full toss, played into the onside, brings the fielder off the long leg boundary. They'll get a single, and that will take the score to 162 for 6. Monisa goes on to 8, and it brings Lachman, who yet to score. We're in over number 45. And it's Pearl Etienne bowling from the Lozak Road end. Comes up to bowl to Lachman, and she's driving down to mid-on. They won't score, even though there is a bit of a fumble by the fielder down there at mid-on. Score remains 162 for 6. Etienne bowls to Latchman. She's pulling at this one, taken on the pad. Clearly would have missed all of the stumps. Not out, says the umpire. 162 for 6. Projected score is 182.
It's now what seemed as though it should have been an easy 1 bonus point. They're really struggling to get there. And you have to think, unless Gajnabi comes back to the crease, they perhaps are going to fall short of that 200 mark.
Etienne. 3 balls left in the over. And for this delivery, she's bowled him, leg stump. As Latchman was playing across the line of the delivery again, not getting into line. And so she has gone for no score. And 162 for the loss of 7. And the Windwards have clawed themselves right back in this game.
Yeah, they've now lost 3 wickets for 1 run, the Guyana women. And just look at where Latchman was set up. She's behind outside of leg stump, but she's still attempting to swing across the line. Etienne aiming for those stumps, aiming for middle and leg, and this one crashes into leg stump. And she gets her first wicket, Pearl Etienne. 162 for 7 now.
And this looks like Gajnabi returning.
Yeah, it is Gajnabi. She does look re-energized, Gajnabi. They'll hope that she could come and have an impact once again.
If she can bat towards the end, she might still be able to make the projected score of 182. But when Gajnabi and Campbell were batting together, things looked a lot easier for Guyana. Here is Etienne to bowl to Gajnabi, who is driving firmly, finds mid-wicket straight, and they won't score. But showing intent from the start. 162 for 7, Guyana. Gajnabi retired hurt on 56, so she has come back. And here is Etienne to bowl to her. And this delivery, she's using her feet, driving firmly, brings the fielder off the long off boundary. She'll get a single to move to 57, and it's 163 for 7. 45 overs have been completed. 163 for 7.
And if you look at that scorecard, contributions by Shameen Campbell, Shanita Grimman, and Liliana Grimman. Not much else to talk about. Gajnabi, of course, still there. Just resumed her batting. She retired her in the 35th over. And she returned in the 45th. So she had about 10 overs to relax, recover, rehydrate. And now she's about to finish the innings off for her team.
Noel will continue. She has picked up 2 for 17. And she's in her 5th over. 163 for 7 as Noel bowls to Gajnabi, who is attempting the scoop. Looks like she misses it, but it also misses the keeper. No runs a signal, so she did get some bat in it. And Guyana will take them any which way. So she was playing the scoop at the delivery, which was outside the off stump, and helped it down to straight behind the keeper almost, and picked up 4 runs to take the score to 167 for 7. She goes to 61.
Yeah, important runs, important runs. They get closer to that 200 mark. Still a fair way off, but every run counts at this point.
Here is Noel once more, and Gajnabi is getting the delivery wide down the leg side, called and signaled wide, and they'll run through for an extra as well, so that will be 2 added to the score, and it's 169 for 7. Monisa is on 8. And Gajnabi is on 61, but it's Monisa on strike to Noel. And for this delivery, it's wide of the off stump. Again called and signaled wide. And the score moves on to 169. Perhaps Shakira. She has been put off by that scoop shot.
Yeah, she seemed very frustrated that the keeper wasn't able to collect after that scoop shot was played. But since then, she hasn't been able to regain her composure.
170 for 7 as Noel bowls the delivery, which is played into the offside. Diving half stop by the fielder there at point. And they'll get a run. Munisa moves on to 9. It's 171 for 7. And we're in the 46th over. Noel is bowling from over the wicket. And goes past umpire Holder. And this delivery is striking on the patches, given out. Gajnabi given out LBW for 61. A bit of a lazy shot that time. As it crashed into the pad. And umpire Holder had no hesitation. She said, yes, that's going on to hit. And the Windwards have picked up another wicket, 171 for 8.
Yeah, Gajnabi returning to the crease on 56. She's only added 5 more runs. And it's a crucial wicket. And this will make all the difference in what will be the Guyana's final score. Good bowling once more by Noel. She's regained composure and again she's targeted the stumps. It's resulted in a wicket. So now she has 3 wickets for 25 runs, Noel. She's got 3 wickets in her last 2 overs.
And the projected score now showing 188. But they're 8 wickets down. Retty Meyer has come to the crease. And Noel just picked up a wicket. 3 for 25 in a 5th over. Want to look at that LBW decision again. And we'll perhaps get a chance to look at it. Here is the delivery which is swung into the onside. The fielder from long on will chase across to her right. They'll get a single. And so Retty Meyer will move off the mark. She's on 1. It's 172. As we look at that LBW decision again, seemed to me like the keeper was heading down leg. Hit on the back foot. Perhaps umpire's call. Here's Noel to bowl a delivery which is played into the offside. They'll get an easy single. Long off has to come from off the boundary. And so another run. 173 for 8. And just a delivery left now in the 5th over for Noel. Retty Meyer is on 1. And for this delivery, she's driving at a slower delivery. Goes past the bat. End of over number 46. And Guyana, 173 for the loss of 8. Selena Ross, 1 for 8 from her 5 overs. And it's Etienne who will be continuing. Perhaps the captain just saying to herself, let me save the youngster. I've seen enough of her. And the Windwards not under any real pressure. Once the captain in Campbell left, the freedom of the scoring dried up a little bit.
Yeah, you also have to manage the workload of these players, especially the younger players. Remember when they play at the under-19 level, they only play the T20 format. So this is fairly new for many of the under-19 players.
Good point. Here is Etienne to bowl a delivery which is down the leg side. It came from off the pads, and so there won't be a wide on that occasion. Munisa was stepping into her crease a little bit, into a wicket a little bit, and it went through for the keeper to take. Munisa is on 10. It's 173 for 8 in over number 47. Etienne is 1 for 15. She's in a 7th over from the Lozak Road end. Bowls a delivery which is short, played into the offside, knocked down by the fielder at point, and they won't score.
She's gotten away with that one for Etienne, short and wide. And again, Munisar had lots of time to place it past the field at backward point. Unfortunately for her, she picked up Zeta James.
Here's a delivery play down the onside. Again finds mid-wicket and they won't score. 3 dot balls in the over so far. 173 for 8. Guyana. Monisa is on 10. She is on strike. Projected score is showing 186. As Etienne bowls to Monisa, who is driving, finds extra cover, and they won't score. 2 legal deliveries left in the over. Etienne is bowling from the Lozak Road end. As Monisa settles over her bat, she's on 10 from 18. And for this delivery, she's driving into the offside. There's a sweeper coming off the cover boundary. And so she'll get a single to take a score on to 11. And it's 174 for the loss of 8. Guyana. Remember, they were asked to bat first by the Windwards. 174 for 8. Etienne with the final delivery of this over. And for this delivery, Retty Meyer is playing into the onside, finds mid-wicket, won't score. 174 for 8. We've completed 47 overs. Noel 3 for 27, Etienne 1 for 16, Ross 1 for 8.
Fletcher also got 1 wicket for 30 runs from her full quarter, as well as Kiana Joseph 1 for 40 from her 10. Borkoi was run out by Karina Noel.
And Noel will continue. She has picked up 3 for 27 from 5. And goes up to bowl to Monisa, who is driving into the onside. Mid-wicket is there very quickly, very alert, moving to the ball. And so the nose have it. Karina Noel from the media center end goes past umpire Holder. This one is down the leg side, called and signaled wide. Another extra to the total, 175 for 8.
And they just have to keep it simple now. The Windward Islands bowlers, they've been a little sloppy. We've seen a number of wides sent down by Noel in her last 2 overs.
And she bowls to Monisa, who is playing it into the offside. They won't score. Projected score is 185. It's 175 for 8. Monisa is an 11 from 21. And she's taking strike from Noel. And for this delivery, she's driving firmly, goes down to the fielder coming off the long off boundary. They're asking for 2. And the end result is just 1. 176 for 8 in over number 48. Here is a delivery from Noel, which is hit in the air. It will fall short of the fielder coming from the long off boundary, and they'll get another run. And so the score will move to 177, and Retty Meyer is on 2 from 4. 177 for 8. Noel 3 for 30. She's in a 6th over and is bowling from the media center end. Goes past umpire Holder, and this delivery is played into the offside to the fielder at short extra cover, and they won't score. Partnership is 6 from 14 deliveries, weighing over number 48. Here is Noel once more. And for this delivery, it's short, worked into the onside. The field at backward square has to chase across to the left, and they'll get a single. So the score moves on to 178 for the loss of 8. 48 overs have been completed.
Got the fall of wickets. The first wicket fell when the score was just on 1. Second fell when the score was on 11. And then there was a bit of a recovery between Shameen Campbell and Shabika Gajnabi. Campbell was finally dismissed when the score was on 99. Then found themselves 139 for 4. Lost the 5th wicket at 161. Then that's where the collapse really occurred. They lost the 6th wicket at 161. 7th at 162. And their 8th at 171.
Etienne from the Lozak Road end. And this delivery, she's playing at it, might have come from the edge, went between the legs of the keeper down to the boundary for 4 runs. So that's a chance.
Yeah, third missed chance by Ernisha Fontaine. And luckily for the Windward Islands team, and Fontaine in particular, that one narrowly missed the helmet. But she's had a tough day behind the stumps, Fontaine.
182 for 8. Monisa is on 17 from 25. Here is Etienne once more, and she's bringing the batter Monisa forward, defends it up back to the bowler, and they won't score. So projected score inching towards 189. Current run rate is at 3.77. Here is Etienne once more. Gets in close to those stumps, plays it to the onside, and they scuttle through for a single. And that's good running. They need every single run, Guyana.
Now they're 17 runs away from getting that 1 bonus point. How much are these two batters thinking about it? 17 runs, and there are 9 legal deliveries remaining. So it is possible. It is possible.
Very possible, but they'll need boundaries. Here is Etienne to bowl, and this delivery is edge past the keeper, and it will go down to the boundary for 4 runs. It was safely played. There was no fielder at slip, and so it took the edge and flew past the keeper. Not anything close to being a chance. What's important is that the Guyana team will get 4 runs, and those 4 runs are important runs. Rettimire moves on to 6. It's 187 for 8. 2 boundaries in the over, 9 runs so far. 1 for 25 in the 8th over, Pearl Etienne.
Yeah, slightly inadvertent on that occasion for Rettimire, but there's one of the boundaries you said they need if they're going to get to 200 runs. So now just 13 runs away from that bonus point.
Here is Etienne once more, and it's played into the offside. Finds the fielder at short third man. They won't score. And so Rettimire remains on 6 from 6. Monisa, the non-striker, is 18 from 27. It's 187 for 8 in the 49th over. Guyana. Remember, they were asked to bat first. And they have posted what they will think is a reasonable target. Long off has been brought in to mid-off. As Etienne bowls the delivery, which is played down towards fine leg. Is there a field at fine leg? No. And it goes across the boundary for another of those important boundaries that I spoke about. And just drifting into the legs and helped on its way. And so another important 4 runs for the Guyanese team. Takes them to 191 for 8. 49 overs completed. And I'm sure they must be thinking now, certainly they must know that if they score 9 runs in the final over, they will get a bonus point.
Yeah, and if I'm the coach, I will seize that opportunity to send someone on the field to remind them they just need 9 runs to get that bonus point. That bonus point is going to be very important in determining the eventual winners of this competition.
13 runs in that last over. And so Pearl Etienne will finish with 1 for 29 from her 8 overs. Easily her most expensive over, and one of the more expensive overs in the entire inning to date. And 191 for 8, Guyana. And they must know that it's the final over. Here's a delivery on the leg side. They'll get another 4. Goes down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. And so they're leaking runs now, the Windwards. Again, earned in line, drifting down the leg side and helped on its way. And so 4 important runs for Guyana, 195 for 8. And now 5 legal deliveries left. And they're looking for a bonus batting point. They need another 5 runs to get there.
Sloppy wants more from the Windward Islands fielders. Fine leg goes on the boundary now. The cover comes into the circle. They found a way to give away a few runs, these bowlers.
Here is Nation. Again, leg side. This one will be called and signaled wide. And so the score moves to 196 for 8. And the Guyanese will be saying, thank you. We can take another 4 of those to get to the projected 200 and get a bonus batting point.
Yeah, 1 hit away from securing that bonus point.
Here is a delivery down the leg side again. That is called and signaled wide once more. And so the score moves on to 197 for 8. And remember, at 200, they get a bonus batting point. Monisa is on 22 from 28. Retimaya is on 10 from 7. And for the first time, the run rate has gone to 4. Here's a delivery driven into the offside. There is a fielder coming off the long off boundary. They chase back for the second run. And they're even looking for overthrows. It's 199 for 8, Guyana. And it didn't seem possible just 2 overs ago. But 13 runs in the last Etienne over. And 4 2 wides and a 2 have made it possible. 199 for 8. Monisa is on 24. Retimaya is on 10. It's Monisa taking strike. We're in the 50th over. As Noel bowls to Monisa. And she's flashing into the offside. And this one will run close to the boundary down at extra cover. In fact, it goes across the boundary for 4. There is the bonus batting point because the score is now 203 for the loss of 8. Good shot.
Better than a good shot. That's almost the shot of the day. Except for that straight drive by Shemaine Campbell in the initial overs. That is perhaps the most impressive shot I've seen all day. And it's come from young Ashmini Munisar, who batted at 7 today. And she's raced to 28 from 30 deliveries. What an important knock she is having. What an impact she is having on this game.
Absolutely. And the partnership has gone to 32 from 28 deliveries. And that's impressive. Noel, 3 for 43. Bowls a delivery which is driven into the offside. The fielder is at long off. She races off the boundary. They'll have a single. Monisar will get to 29. And the score is 204 for 8. 2 legal deliveries left in the inning. And the Guyana have finished with a flourish. Current run rate is at 4.11. And so they are projecting 206. Guyana will think that with 2 deliveries left, they can get a bit more than 2 runs. Noel, in the over so far, 4, wide, 2, 4, 1. And she comes up to bowl to Retimaya, who is driving firmly down the track. And they chase through for a single. There was a throw at the stumps by the bowler, allowing a bonus run. And so the score moves on to 206 for the loss of 8 wickets. Retimaya moves on to 12. Munisa is on 29. The drop catches and the poor fielding, they have not helped the Windward scores. Here is Noel, and for this delivery, she's driving into the offside, finds extra cover, and there's a throw at the stumps. They'll get a single, and so Retimaya moves on to 13. 207 for 8, the Windwards. That's their final score after 50 overs. And I'm sure if you ask them, they'll say they'll take that. 61 to Ghaznavi, 42 to Campbell, the main contributors, and 3 for 47 to Noel. The score, 207. Shakira, this is a good finish by the Guyanese batting lineup.
Yeah, an excellent finish by these two in particular. Remember, they recovered from 11 for 2. They lost 3 wickets for 1 run. 161 for 5, 161 for 6, and 162 for 7. And no one thought, perhaps besides the Guyanese, that they would have secured the bonus point. And somehow they've managed to get to 207 for 8. So excellent display of batting, excellent understanding of the game by the youngsters from the Guyana team. And the Windward Islands team, they will be disappointed with the way they've let Guyana women get that bonus point and the way that they've allowed them to finish with a flourish. And now they have a job on their hands to chase this total down.
1 for 1, 2 for 11, 139 for 4, 161 for 5, 161 for 6, 166 for 7, 171 for 8. It didn't look possible, but Guyana have found a way to get to 207 for 8. And when we come back after lunch, the Windwards will need 208 in their 50 overs if they are to win this game. We'll see you in about 35 minutes' time.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Warner Park in the CG 50 over competition, Windward Islands versus Guyana. Windward Islands winning the toss and opting to field first. Guyana 207 for 8 from 50 overs. And the Leeward Islands just about to commence their chase of the score. The umpires are out, fielders are in position. We expect to hear the call of play at any moment now. The sun somewhat obscured by a thick cover. The good thing about a thick white cloud cover. One slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on. And Millington opening the attack from the media center end. Malika Edward playing the ball back down the track. The bowler moves to the left and field. And here she's going roofing, as it were, and she's bowled all over the place, missing lock, stock and barrel, and first wicket, first strike. Back to the pavilion she goes, facing a 2-balled duck. The Windward Islands, not the kind of start they would have been looking for. No one on the board, and they are 1 wicket down.
Plafiana Millington, player of the game in that first encounter. Got 4 wickets in that first game against the Leeward Islands. And she's off with a brilliant start.
Couldn't have asked for a better start than that.
In walks young Zeta James. Very talented youngster. Vice captain of this Windward Islands team. And it's an opportunity for her to show her worth at this level.
As we normally say colloquially, Malika Edwards not really troubling the scorers. Millington. Right arm round to the left-hander. One left-hander replacing the next. And this can only be described as a dream start, as it were. Trying to invite James. Trying to pull her down the track, but she's not interested. She plays it over, out into the offside. Forward defensive is James. And the first single comes up for the Windward Islands. James getting off the mark. The Windward Islands find themselves 1 wicket down for 1 run. And obviously Guyana starting very slowly indeed, getting to 207 for 8. So one would want to believe that their tails are on their backs, so to speak. Picking up a wicket in the first over, conceding just the 1 run. As we say good afternoon to Carlisle Powell.
Good afternoon, Troy. Guyana has been bossing the, well, they bossed the latter portion of the inning in that they recovered nicely from 162 for 771 for 8 and managed to get a bonus batting point and then an important wicket in the first over.
Couldn't ask for anything better than that. And wide will be signaled now. The first extra of this inning. The second run to the Windward Islands. Who would have won the toss and batted? Pardon me, and asked Guyana to bat. And it's Retty Meyer. She's coming from the southern Aldozak Road end. Slow down the leg side, turning it around the corner. Is James on attempt to turn it around the corner. It's one leg by. But the score inches up to 3 for the loss of 1 wicket. That brings Namir Maslin into strike. And here's one coming off the edge, going down to the third man. They'll only get one. The fielder on the boundary running in, ensuring that's the case. But it's one nonetheless to score. The left-handed James is now back in strike. Right arm over the wicket. That one just about center stump. Pulls James forward. She plays it into the onside. And there is no harm done. A 13-year-old playing for Trinidad, is it? Carlisle picking up 3 wickets. Forgive me, a 15-year-old picking up 3 wickets in the match against Barbados.
Excellent.
Down the leg side, did it touch anything? No, it didn't. So wide is signaled by umpire Laborde.
Excellent in that Trinidad and Tobago had the confidence to put her in the final 11 and to play her and to give her the ball.
And she got the prize wicket of night for 93, was it?
She'll remember that for a long time.
And Shakira and I were speaking earlier about the young players on the 19 players included in the squads. As a matter of fact, the directive from the West Indies board, you must have 2 on the 21 players.
That's how you grow the game. Good shot.
And driving outside the off-stump square, it runs into the boundary now. A beautiful looking 4 runs by the left-handed James. It brings up the end of the over. James.
Not quite.
Oh, actually, there's 1 ball left. There was a wide. 9 for 1, the Windward Islands. After winning the toss early and opting to field first, James goes to 5 from 8 deliveries. And it's Retty Meyer to try again. Forward looking, very good looking forward defensive shot. Ball goes down the track, the bowler fields. And it's 9 for 1 at the end of the second over.
James looked good in the practice matches, Troy. And she looked technically competent. So let's see if she can transform that from the practice matches into the real thing and make use of 50 overs, bat deep, and get herself a good score.
And it's going to be Millington to continue from the C.A. Paul Southwell Media Center end, or the northern end as it were. Tosses that one just outside leg, turning it around the corner. Is Maslin, the fielder, moving smartly from backward square. Not under any pressure. And Millington tosses up that one just on or about the off stump. Playing it into the mid-off region. Thick cloud cover above. Nice white fluffy clouds. The dark clouds would have drifted westward. A slight breeze. And trying to pull that one into the mid-wicket region, missing that Carlisle. Going through to the keeper.
Didn't bounce much, and she was in an awkward position, making room, getting outside the leg stump to a delivery which was outside of the off stump, a little bit too close to her for that shot as well.
4 dot balls so far. Playing that one on the onside, a little clash between bowler bat, but the 5th dot ball for the over. And no doubt the batters will be thinking, hey, let's try to squeeze a single here and there, but obviously we'll have to respect the good balls. And here she is, forward defensive, textbook style. A maiden over from Millington.
Good maiden over. They already have a wicket. So they would be looking to string the dot balls together to increase the pressure on the batting side. And the total is not exactly a small total, Troy. In the scheme of things, I'm sure that Guyana, if you had asked them at the start of play, would you take 200? They would have said yes. Well, they got more than 200.
Indeed. And we're always aware of the adage, runs on the board are runs on the board. We are seeing a change, an early change in the bowling, is it? Shinetta Grimmond coming into the attack from the Lozak Road end, replacing Rettimeyer. A little short going back is James, punching it square on the offside. And we've seen that happening throughout the Guyanese inning quite a bit, getting back. Right arm over the wicket. Coming forward on this occasion. Into the cover. Well fielded. No harm done. 9 for 1. Guyana in search of 208 for victory. Again coming forward. Playing that one into the extra cover region. A little faster, a little wider. Missing going through the keeper.
I think she missed out on that one, James, because it was short, wide, had the width, but didn't hit it.
A little closer, straighter. James, somewhat short, standing up. All toes. and punching it into the offside. 5 dot balls so far.
One is one, all right.
And she'll now get one. Getting back, punching it out into the mid-wicket region. It brings up the end of the over. 10 for 1. The Windward Islands having lost their first wicket. Edwards bowled by Millington without scoring the second ball of the match, of the innings.
Small matter of 198 runs for the Windwards to get. Of course, they have lost a wicket, so they only have 9 wickets to get past the post. Looks like a bit of a daunting target. Somebody will have to go big. Somebody will have to play a good inning for the Windwards.
At one stage, the Guyanese were 11 for 2. They recovered nicely, slowly at first, getting to 207 for 8 in their 50 overs. Millington, right arm round. James punches in the offside. Coming forward is James. A little width. Getting back, cutting it square, not being able to beat the fielder. Just a tad backward of square. A little slow, a little loop, half a chip out, punching it to extra cover. And we saw a few attempts by Gajnabi to use her feet, getting back, turning it around the corner. Not being able to get anyone there, so the Guyanese bowlers being extremely tight. A little wider, not wide enough to be called a wide. Ball goes through to the keeper, maiden over, another maiden over, and the Windward Islands 10 for 1 after 5 overs.
We've seen 1 run scored off the last 18 deliveries bowled. And so the Windwards are taking a good look. They know that this morning they won the toss. They didn't expect that they would ask Guyana to bat on the evidence of the game before, but they did. And Guyana perhaps in some trouble at a couple of stages during the inning, but the Windwards didn't field and catch particularly well. And so Guyana reached 207, and the Windwards will now have to get 208 to win.
And it's going to be Shanetta Grimman continuing from the southern end, right arm over, and getting back and pulling that one through the onside is Marcelin, the right-hander, only getting 1 for her efforts, and the score ambles on to 11 for the loss of 1. Here's one slip, a backward point, a fielder sweeping on the cover.
Oh, yeah.
Getting back again, playing it back down the track is James.
Go back, go this one.
Being encouraged by Campbell, the keeper, captain as well.
Oh, yes, sir.
Same ball,
That ball for me.
pushing her back, standing tall, punching it back down the track.
Come on, girls. Get the energy up, girls.
Get the energy up is the encouragement from skipper Campbell. A little shorter, trying to whip that off.
Work for me.
the body into the mid wicket. Another dot ball. 1 run in 4 balls. Getting back, guiding it down. Trying to get it into the third man region. But the fielder from backward point running around to her right, preventing any run. Mond has gone right arm round for the last couple of deliveries. A little wide again. Same shot this time. She beats and it races away into the boundary now. 4 runs to James. A little more power on that occasion.
Good shot. She was given the width, and she was on top of it and played it nicely and picked up 4 good-looking runs.
That's the second boundary of the inning so far. And no doubt the Windwards would like to get quite a few more, Carlisle, to bring them a lot closer to that 208.
Well, if they are going to get close to that 208 target, they're going to have to run well, and they're going to have to be helped by boundaries.
Millington will continue bowling to Marcelin. Coming forward is Marcelin, punching it out into the cover region. And Millington continuing from where she left with the last over, a dot ball.
That was actually a full toss.
And it should have been put away. The Windwards wouldn't want to build any pressure on themselves. They have to look for the singles, the occasional boundary, avoid the runouts. And it's Millington once more. Getting back, trying to play that perhaps through the offside. Removing one hand from the bat after it had gone through to the keeper. Another full toss, Carlisle. Not handled well by Marcelin.
She doesn't flow as easy as James.
And this one just outside leg. She gets back. She pulls it through the mid-on region. They get one. No, yes, no, yes, no in the end. A bit of misfielding.
Good diving stop, though. Very good diving stop.
Just the 1 run coming from the over. At the end of 7, it's 16 for 1.
Good tight bowling from Guyana to start this inning. They're mostly on target.
They will want to continue to keep the screws on, build the pressure. And once they continue to build that pressure, it'll force the Windward Island batters to perhaps start taking more chances. Coming forward off the outside edge, it races away down to the third man and into the boundary for 4. Coming forward, taking the outer edge. But like anything else, the Windwards won't mind getting however they get. That one hitting a daffodit. Daffodit.
I'm
Boundary ball.
always curious, Troy. You have a slip, you have to decide whether it's at first slip or it's at 1.5. This one went to the left of the slip. Had she been in a first slip position, it would have been a simple catch. Now she has adjusted.
Oh yes, come here.
The 1.5 slip seems to be becoming a very popular position.
Popular.
I guess you want to mize on a fielder person. You want to cover that area. You don't want to use two persons to do that. And going overhead, back over the bowler. And is there going to be a run out at the... Yes, there's a chance. Ball
Wrong
sent
end.
to the bowler's end. Had it gone to the striker's end, then James would have been back in the pavilion. Carlisle.
Two of them are almost in the same crease. James smartly turned and went diving back into her crease. But the other end was vacant. Had it gone to the keeper, there would have been the possibility of a run out.
So they'll have to settle greater communication.
Oh yes, be right.
Coming forward
Keep going, girls.
is Maslin. And we've seen some run-outs so far. We had one in the Guyana innings. Wide outside, and she goes pulling it. One bounce into the field, and it beats her. Will it get to the boundary? Yes, it does. Caught between two minds, Carlisle coming for the catch or stopping to save the ball.
Look at the replay once again. Would have loved to see her put in a dive for that one, because she was almost there and then bailed out of the effort. And in the end, she did neither. She didn't prevent the boundary and she didn't take the catch.
And quite a few fielders always find themselves in that position. Do I go for the catch? Do I save the boundary? And caught perhaps in no man's land as it were this occasion, and achieving none, like you said. Another boundary to Maslin takes her to 11. Coming forward, guiding that one to a vacant gully, running around from backward. Point is the fielder. It brings up the end of the over. 25 for 1.
And the Guyana team, they're getting through the overs very quickly. 8 overs gone already. And keeping Windwards at 25 for 1. 2 boundaries coming up in that over. And so Grimond has now bowled 3 overs, none for 15.
The game even Stevens somewhat at this point. When Guyana were batting, they were 23 for 1 at the end of 8. And here is Millington having Maslin driving into the offside, not being able to beat the extra cover. And she goes back to her right arm over the wicket spinners. Tossed up a little outside the off stump, inviting a drive, inviting some dancing perhaps, none being accommodated. And here is Maslin going overhead. Will it race into the boundary? Oh, a valiant dive by the fielder, saving 2 runs.
Brilliant stuff. That's good stuff.
Diving
Love to see
the ball,
stuff like that.
the fielder and the ball diving in the same direction. Excellent.
Brilliant.
And you're always having the backup fielder coming for situations like that. Lovely shot, lovely piece of fielding. 2 runs. Wide outside and cutting away. Square on the offside is Maslin. She picks up 1. That's all she'll have. Perhaps growing in a little more confidence. And there's a field change for the left-hander. 1 slip, or should I say slip and a half. Backward point, cover, mid-offs. Fielder sweeping on the cover boundary outside the off stump, a little wide. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket. And here is James caressing that one into the mid-wicket region to bring up the end of the over. 28 for 1. The Windward Islands in search of 208 for victory.
Come on, girls. Come on, girls. Right there, strike.
Notice that President Shallow had a meeting today with Sports Minister Samal and
Samal
with the
Duggins.
Prime Minister and Dr. Drew.
Come on, girls. Come on,
Hope
girls.
we'll hear some good results coming out of that meeting.
And that would have been a high-powered meeting, of course,
Stop, stop, stop.
as he is Grimmon into Maslin, who pushes it
Girls, let me hear everybody support the girls.
square
Come on,
on
girls.
the offside.
Stop that, stop that. Good, good, lads. You got
Pitching
the
about center, turning down leg,
point. Work, Remy,
guided into the mid-wicket region. No runs. And it's Grimmon trying again for Guyana.
Stop it, stop it.
That one tossed up a little more,
Good, good, good.
playing it into the mid-off region.
Come on, girls. Come on, girls. Get you.
And that one hustling onto
All right.
Maslin, who adjusted well,
Come on, girls. It's coming,
getting
girls.
that one into the offside. And one thing that is notable, for each of the 9 previous overs, and including this, there have been about 10 dot balls. Maslin a little frustrated with herself.
Keep going, Grimmy.
Perhaps should have done a little better, not properly timed. As the last ball coming up for this over, that will be another maiden, the third in the game, and she goes up. She's going to be out caught. And it doesn't seem so. Valiant attempt nonetheless by the fielder at mid-on.
Hit in the air, and again we see the fielder hesitating just a little bit. And it's just that split second, that fraction when you have the indecision that makes a difference between you getting there and not getting there. In this occasion again, didn't get there.
I was watching a movie last night, Carlisle, and the instructions were, don't think,
Just do it.
just do it, just react.
End of the power play, 10 overs gone, 29 for 1. And I have to look back and look at the producer. Have you been able to get the Barbados game? I've been trying to get the stream on that. I'm not getting it. Because I'm getting questions out of Barbados. My friends are wondering what's the issue. So now I can message and say that there seems to be a loss of power at the ground.
You did say males. Your friends. You didn't say whether males or females or both. And the scores we got a little earlier, Earl Smitten would have given us a call. Millington into Maslin, who steps back, trying to slap that one square on the offside. Not making contacts, and the ums and the arms and the ows from the fielders. This one, she steps back, she connects, goes square. She's going to get one there. Thinking about 2, they decide against it. .30 from 62 balls, the partnership. With the first wicket going, the second ball of the inning without a run on the board. Left-hander James into strike. That one easy going game at this time, and that could always change in a second. And here is James lofting it. One bounce into the long off boundary. Perhaps hearing us mention that the easy going could change at any moment, Carlisle.
Was in the slot, given some additional flight, and James was there and just stroked it beautifully over the head of the fielder at mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. 34 for 1. I tell you, I saw this Zaida James bat in the warm-up games in Nevis, and she looks like a competent player.
And so far, she's somewhat playing the part. 14 from 30. Marsden 17 from 34. The current run rate 3.09. The required run rate 4.46. Needing 174 runs to get the Windward Islands. And it's Jeanette Grimmond. Playing back down the track is Marslin. Fast, and she's bowled all over the place, is she, Carlisle?
Too easy. She was going on the back foot to a faster delivery, played all around it, missed it completely, and it rocketed into her off stump. Look at that again. Really a nothing shot, Troy. Because even if she had connected to that, it would have gone to a fielder in the offside. And so she would have been better off coming forward and defending. But she has gone 2 wickets down for the Windwards, 34 for 2. They're chasing 208 to win.
And it will require some building again. Skipper Fletcher, she goes to the crease. And they will really have to put something together.
Both wickets that have gone, and the batters have been bowled, and really not showing that they have good defense at all.
We have seen some good defensive work, but on the occasions of the wicket, it was being bowled a second ball for a duck. It's now 34 for 2. And Grimmond would be encouraged now. And here is Fletcher trying to probably knock that one into Connery. Going down the leg side, not making contact. And the keeper moving around smartly and collecting. Coming forward, plays that into an extra cover region. Does Fletcher. And here is Fletcher turning that around the corner. She'll get 1. She will think of 2, but it isn't on. And she now moves off the mark. 36 for 2. And here is James trying to pull that one square, not connecting. A soft appeal, somewhat short. Probably should have done a little better with that.
too close to her though. She couldn't free her arms to play that into the onside.
More like it. More
Outside the off stump, allowing that one to go through.
like it. Girls, keep going, girls. Oh, yeah.
Gets back, punches it back down the track. That's the end of the over.
Come on, girls.
36 for 2 after 12.
Still a little disappointed with the fielding that we have seen so far in the tournament. We're only in the second round of games, but we have seen some miscatches. We have seen some misfielding, and I'm hoping that as the tournament progresses, that we can see an improvement. Some of the batting so far, though, has looked good. You know, we have seen some batters get in and get a few runs, and we hope that they too will continue to improve as we go along.
Indeed,
Change of bowling.
at this stage, Guyana, after 12 overs, they were 35 for 2. Windward Islands 36 for 2.
Monisa is the new bowler, so parity in terms of the scores. But then Guyana saw a big partnership of 88.
The partnership previously was worth 30. So these two will have to work. And Fletcher coming forward. Back down the track to Monisa. Skipper of the West Indies on the 19. Did Monisa. Right arm over, a little more room. Getting back, plays it into the covers. Does Fletcher. Rehearses the shot. Perhaps should have gone back, played it a little wider. Right arm over is Monisa. Extremely wide, and being called a wide correctly by the umpire. And the score inches on to 37. Given a little bit more air on the stumps, being driven back to Monisa. Coming forward is Afi Fletcher, trying to just work it into the onside, which she does, but she doesn't beat that short mid-wicket. She drives, does Afi Fletcher, into the mid-wicket, not connecting properly. She picks up a single. It's the end of the over, 38 for 2. The Windward Islands in search of 208 for victory.
Still one ball to go in the over.
Pardon me. There was a wide.
Monisa is changing the angle. She's going around the wicket now to bowl to James.
Outside the off stump, she gets back. Plays it squarish, doesn't get a run. It's now the end of the over, 38 for 2.
170 needed of 222 if they are to win this game, the Windwards. Of course, Guyana will be saying that it's a small matter of 8 wickets or bowling out the rest of their 37 overs to make it up to 50. But I would rather think that Guyana would fancy their chances of getting these 8 wickets before the other 170 runs can be scored.
The game is even, Stephen, so far. You did mention correctly there was a big partnership by the Guyanese. That will need to happen here
Wash.
to take the Windwards over the the line.
Change of bowling at the far end. Looks like Schultz.
Working it around the corner is Abby Fletcher looking for the single. No, no, no was the shout from James, not wanting to have another run out. And the mid-off being pushed back to a long off. Right arm over is Schultz. Sorry, left arm round. And here is going one bounce, two bounces into the boundary is Fletcher.
Good shot. It drifted into her legs. Mid-on is up. And so she hit that over the head of the mid-on and picked up 4 good-looking runs to the captain. And now the response comes from Guyana. They're having mid-on go all the way back to long on. 42 for 2. Weighing over number 14.
Fletcher goes on to 6. Left arm round. Standing up, punches, soft hands into the offside. Pick it up a single.
Caught James a little bit flat-footed, but it was an easy single. She was a little bit on the back foot there, but from the moment Fletcher played it, she said yes, 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 and it should have been a run. It was a run in the end, but James was a little bit on the back foot.
I'm getting the impression that Fletcher, she will try to pick up the pace a bit. Turning it into the onside is James. They get one. Fletcher's looking, wondering. James looked like she would have easily accepted it, but sent back by Fletcher.
And easy like that, they have scored 6 runs in the over, and there's still 2 deliveries to go.
Exactly. There's a saying we have here in St. Kitts, and I suspect in Nevis, 1-1 full basket. And that's another one.
A good, sensible batting. Just played it down to the fielder coming off the long off boundary. Always going to be 1.
The field is changing for the left and right combination. Zaida James, the left-hander. She's on 15 from 35 into strike. Gets back, punches it back down to the fielder, the bowler. 7 runs from the over, just like that.
207 for 8 scored by Guyana, and the Windwards are 45 for the loss of 2 wickets. They lost the first wicket without a run on the board, and then the second wicket on 34. So they now need another 163 runs to win this game. Of course, Guyana will tell you that they need 8 wickets.
Half full, half empty. It's Monisa to continue from the Northern or C.A. Paul Southwell Media Center here at Warner Park. CG United Women's 50 over Super 50. Sponsored by CG United. Daffabet coming forward, playing that one back a little uppishly. But that one dropping safely in front of Amisa, no chance of a catch. This is Zaida James getting the ball back to the bowler. And that one pulling, trying to go into the offside. It runs down to the boundary, a diving save. They get 2. Fletcher is not interested in a third.
Again, she drifted into the pads there, did Munisa. And so all that Fletcher had to do was to get some bat on it and help it fine.
And it's good shot indeed. Basically the same ball. This time she gets better control, pulls it back with a square into the boundary, 4 runs.
Was a little bit fuller and drifting into the legs again, and Fletcher made maximum use of that. She just helped it down to the square leg boundary and picked up 4 good looking runs.
6 runs in 3 balls, picking it up a bit. The current run rate 3.52. 4.42 is the asking run rate. The 50 comes up. And here's a single. They'll have to hurry. And they do get it. So the 50 coming up from 14.3 overs. $52 for 2. We saw the Guyanese run rate inching from 2.16 at a point with a projected of 118. And so too are we seeing that of the Windward Islands. 156 to get from 211 balls. Partnership 18 from 22. Previous partnership was 30. And James, she plays that elegantly through the covers. She gets one, looking for a second, but that's all she'll get. And it is the end of the over. The end of the over, 53 for 2. The Windward Islands a little ahead at this stage. The Guyanese were 49 for 2 after 15. 53 for 2. The Windwards. The game not a fast-paced one by any standards. Tickle here, tickle there. And a loose ball. And perhaps better should have been done by James. Punching it square on the offside, only picking up one.
Shouldn't have been a run though. She didn't hit it off the middle of the bat. And so it went out. And next time James is on strike, I want to point out how the field is set for her square of the wicket on the offside. But one of the fielders there at point came across, and what should have been an easy stop, she rather paddled it away from her other fielder, and so allowed a single.
Down the leg side, pulling, and it's wide. No contact.
Come on, girls. Come on, girls. Come on, Casey. Come on, Casey.
They'll have to work on that. They wouldn't want to give away this game by extras, especially wides. Left arm Schultz round the wicket.
Come on, Casey. Come on, Casey. Come on, girls. Come on.
Fletcher not in complete control of that shot. Gets it back down to Schultz, who is in once more.
I want to see Fletcher leaning into that shot. She rather stood upright, and that is why she dragged it back down to the bowler.
Shorter, faster. Whipped away through the mid-wicket. They pick up one. Looking for two, but it's not there. So it brings James, the left-hander, into strike. She's 17 from 39. Fletcher 16 from 18.
And look in the offside. They know she's good square of the wicket. And so they have two fielders who are just, about 5 yards apart from each other?
And she turns this one off her legs. Forward square and backward square.
Come on, girls.
57 for 2. We're in the 16th over. 208 required for victory for the Windwards. And of course, the Guyana team looking for 10 wickets.
Wide and again Fletcher. Not in total control of that shot. Bangs it into the offside. It's the end of the over, 57 for 2.
And over at Connery, Jamaica wrapped up victory before taking lunch. And we're trying to get a score out of St. Paul's. That's where Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago are going at it. Apparently there was a loss of power on the ground, and we're still waiting to get an update.
And Monisa, she's going to be staying right arm round. But as opposed to going through the umpire and the stumps, she's actually going straight. That one a little short on center, working it around. Square on the onside is James. And actually giving away a run, Carlisle.
Again, a little bit of sloppy cricket. And the umpires have decided that no, that's not a run, and umpire Labor down at square leg, sending them back, probably deciding that the ball had come to rest already.
Nonetheless, good thinking by the players. Make sure the umpires are fully concentrating. And that one not going to get over the board. Getting back, punching it back is James. Get back, and she goes, tried to go square, getting it through the mid wicket, picking up a single. As you mentioned in the previous over, Carlisle, she loves going square on the offside.
Exactly 150 runs required at 4.48 runs and over. So Windwards need 150 in 201 balls.
Mathematically, that shouldn't be a challenge. You have 51 balls more to get the required runs.
In cricket, maths sometimes is defied.
As in this case, she's bowled all over the place.
Afi Fletcher wouldn't want to see that again. It was loose. She was coming forward and getting a delivery which was full pitch and very casually looking to play inside out and losing an off stump. Have to be tighter than that as a batter.
Of course, and especially as the skipper.
Yeah, she wouldn't want to see that again.
She definitely wouldn't want to have any of her players coming back to the pavilion being bowled that way all over the place.
58 for 3, we're in over number 17. And Guyana continue to get wickets, but more importantly than that, the top 3 batters have all gone bold.
Not a good sign for the Windward Islands. It brings Kiana Joseph to the crease, and she's got to work. She and James, they will have some work to do. And the score is now 58 for 3.
And they had just started to build something of a partnership. And so the Guyana team, you have to give them credit. They were in a bit of trouble when they batted, but they took their time and they clawed themselves back into the game, managed not just to get to 207, but to pick up a bonus point as well. And now they have this Windwards team 58 for 3. And we're only in over number 17. Another 150 required.
And Joseph hitting that one square. How real is the commentator's course to Carlisle? We were just speaking about mathematically. It's easy going, easy like Sunday morning.
And I just told you that maths is sometimes defied and denied.
And Kiana powerfully striking that one into the extra cover region, stopped beautifully on the boundary by Mangra, is it?
Good diving stop. And she saved the team a couple of runs.
Indeed, they picked up 2. And we haven't really seen or heard much of Mango for the game.
True. Because she was out bowled for 1 very early in the
Very
game,
early.
second delivery.
Yes. She faced 2 balls, got 1 run.
Kiana Joseph, in the meantime, has gone off the mark with 2. And it's 60 for the loss of 3. Windwards won't mind 60, but the troubling sight will be the 3 wickets that have gone down. And more so that all 3 batters have been bowled.
One is 1 for 13 from her 3 overs. And it's Schultz who's going to be continuing. She'll be bowling to James. A lot now resting on the shoulders of these 2. Guyana looking for the single halfway down the track. She goes back and she's going to hit. It's a direct hit. And she's out, Carlisle.
It is an unfortunate way to get out. There was not a single there. And James was clearly saying no. But Kiana Joseph, she kept running, kept coming, and the fielder picked up. There was a direct hit, and the end result is that Joseph was left hopelessly stranded. And so when they can least afford it, there goes another wicket. And so the Windwards find themselves in further trouble on 60 for the loss of 4, with Kiana Joseph having, you could basically say, run herself out. And she has gone for 2.
And perhaps wanting to take the strike, perhaps thinking that James was getting things along too slowly for her liking, she showed some aggression. But all of that must be mixed with, for want of a better word, common sense.
Well, she can show some aggression in the dressing room now because she's not going to be batting any longer. And I can tell you that the pendulum has swung firmly in favor of Guyana. They carried the momentum from the end of the innings straight across to their time in the field. And they have now picked up some 4 wickets. It's 60 for the loss of 4. And the mountain is getting taller and taller for this Windward Island team. So 60 for 4. We'll take a break as we come to the first water break. And we'll be back with you in just a few.
My big mouth, Carlisle. And we are back here. Windward Islands perhaps trying to grab defeat from a possible the jaws of victory. As we say, good afternoon to Shakiwa once more.
Good afternoon, Troy. Good afternoon, viewers. And a very pleasant good afternoon to the Guyanese that are watching. I'm sure they're the happier of the two sides.
And there's quite a big Guyanese population here in St. Kitts and the Nevis. And it shows continuing from the Lozak Road end. The Guyanese, their tails will definitely be on their backs. Wicket first ball for Schultz in the over. James getting back, pulling that one to the mid wicket, picking up one. Janelia Glasgow, the new batter in.
And she's coming off the bat of a half century. She was actually the one who rescued the Windward Islands team when they were chasing that score against Trinidad and Tobago.
And they were really up against it in the middle part of the game. And she'll have to come big again here for the Windward Islands. Getting back and banging that one back down the track.
Now we've just seen a run out. And what will be key for me is how these two run. They're always looking to run between the wickets, and there's almost always a mix-up whenever these two are batting together.
Outside the off stump, a little wideish, not enough to be a wide. Schultz from the Lozak Road end. Faster, a little flatter. 61 for 4 at the end of over number 18. Schultz 3 overs, 10 dot balls. James 20 from 46. Glasgow, she's done from 3. And on any day, communication is important, but especially when it appears you're climbing a mountain. Monisa is continuing from the CA Paul Southwell Media Center end on the leg side. Guided around, attempting to guide around, actually played into the mid-wicket region.
Yeah, James just unable to get that front foot out of the way so that then she could turn that ball a lot squarer.
And it's Monisa once more. A little shot, pull it, one bounce to the backward square, and you were just speaking about it, Shakira.
Yeah, there's always a mix-up when these two are batting. Communication always fails them. We have to remember the Windward Islands, though. They're different islands coming together. So they don't get to play cricket very often together until they're preparing for the tournament. But these two would have represented West Indies at the under-19 level. And they would have played a number of years together for the Windward Islands team. So by now you would expect some level of improvement as it relates to their communication.
And that is always going to be a challenge in the Leewards and the Windwards. Air ticket costing at least 1,300 to go from St. Kitts. And that one pops up wide of the slip and a half. It goes down into the third man boundary. A brilliant save, actually. They run 2. Perhaps it should have been 3. Miscommunication probably prevented that. Not running the first one hard as well.
Yeah, remember James was run out in the first game as well. So you understand why she's reluctant to run. But I'll tell you what happened there. The wrong fielder is at slip.
Okay.
I think they just put a fielder who was close. They could have opted for Shanita Grimman, who was fielding that point, who eventually saved that boundary. Or the normal fielder, Mandy Mangru, is caught on the boundary. She is at deep cover. So the wrong fielder is in the slip position, and she went to the wrong side. You can tell she's not a natural slip fielder. They're persisting with her, though.
That going to her left. And perhaps a greater effort might have pulled out something. On off, driving down. Manasa trying to cover, but it beats her. They'll pick up a single. And sometimes you try to take a shortcut to help to speed up the game, much to your detriment.
Yeah, Guyana never has to worry about speeding up the game. They're flying through these overs.
Outside the off stump. And that's James going, trying to play it square. Not connecting. It's the end of the over. 65 for 4.
Yeah, I've tried having this conversation a number of times with some of the captains who've explained that there's so many players they have to hide in the field, it becomes very difficult. But you have to put your better fielders in the positions where you expect the ball to go, in the positions where you expect wicket-taking opportunities to present themselves.
Indeed. You don't want to be regretting, oh, I should have done and I should have had. Over number 20 coming up. And it's going to be Schultz continuing. She has had 3 overs, giving up 12 runs. She will be bowling to the left-handed Glasgow. 2 left-handers at the crease. A short, wideish third man, backward point. Coming forward is Glasgow, punching that one out into the cover region. There's a sweeper fielding on the cover boundary. Outside the leg stump, and she pulls it around. She's come down to fine leg. They'll get one. The keeper is in chase. Gets it in, and there's a mix-up, and there's an appeal for a run out, and she's given out. She's given out Shakira. You would have bought that on. Knowing these players, you stated the position. And don't feel bad. I probably took 2 wickets myself.
Well. Zeta James run out once more. Second game in this competition, and she's been run out on both occasions.
And a big, very big blow for the Windward Islands. And the keeper ran from behind the stumps, halfway to the boundary, got it in.
What these players should know by now, as Zeta James walks back for 21, a well-played 21 or 50 deliveries. Shamian Campbell is an excellent fielder. She is a brilliant fielder, and she enjoys being in the outfield. Yes, she's wearing the gloves, but she is one of the quickest across the ground in the Caribbean. Look at the way she's fielded this. You can tell she fields on the outside. This is her second run out. I hope they don't take any more chances to her.
Actually, the speed she got down there, I had to look to see if it was the keeper.
Yeah, she's brilliant in the field. She's a live wire whenever she's in the field. Sometimes she actually prefers to be in the outfield. Good work, boy. Guyana wants more, though. And no, Windward Islands find themselves at 66 for 5. We're now into the 20th over.
And no need for them to have been here. Another left-hander, Crafton, comes to the crease. And there's a loud appeal, first ball. Umpire board, not interested. Signaling leg by. $67 it is for 5. Here is Schultz outside the off stump. Shot. Pulled it down. 4 runs into the boundary. A wideish fine leg.
Yeah, way too short and outside leg stump. So easy pickings for Janina Glasgow. And she will continue to cash in on these types of deliveries.
And really, 141 runs in 183 balls. there's no pressure really. Coming forward is Glasgow, punching it out into the mid-off region.
There should be none. But people always talk about that scoreboard pressure.
Runs on the board. Already runs on the board. And on this occasion, they're looking very good in running between the wickets. It's the end of the over. 72 for the loss of 5 after 20 overs. $57 for 3. The Guyanese were at this, forgive me, 98 for 2 at this stage. But it was really easy. It was easy going. It was easy going. It should have been easy going for the Guyanese, the Windies, and that one outside the leg stump signaled wide, and she was going at it, and that reminded me of how was it Stephanie Taylor was out yesterday.
Yeah, off the pad onto the back of the bat, and then easily caught by wicketkeeper Casey and Knight.
Another wide again.
Yeah, really badly lined by Ashmini Munisar. She's getting way too straight. She has to be careful with that delivery because there's no fielder on the boundary behind square on the leg side.
But she's been having a good bowl for the day. That one is on the center stump, pushed back down to the long off position, picking up a single. It's Crafton. Sorry, it's Glasgow. It brings Crafton into strike. And these two, a lot resting on their shoulders. If ever a time the Windward Islands needed them, it would be now. On center stump, drifting to leg, a quick single. And it looks like these two really plan to get things on.
Crafton was also able to have an impact in that first game as well. She got 40 odd in that encounter. So this was the key partnership that saved the Windward Islands against Trinidad and Tobago. And they would have had to deal with a lot of spin as well.
Could they do it? Down the leg side, wide signal. They're getting a run as well, so they'll pick up 2. There is a saying, Shakira, lightning doesn't strike in the same place twice. Will that be proven today?
Oh, we shall see. Umpire changing her decision, so not a wide after all.
Dabbing at it outside the, not a wide, just a single. Dabbing at it outside the off stump is Crafton, the taller of the two. On center stump, played straight back, down the track, straight back.
Troy, I'm counting the number of left-handers in this Windward Island side. And I've counted about 7 left-handers.
This one on center stump, adjusting her shot is Crafton, and played it well in the end, unlike Jamaica that didn't have one.
Not one left-hander in the Jamaica lineup, but 7 left-handers in this side. They've had to come up against 3 off-spinners already, and Mandy Mangro is capable of bowling, who is another off-spinner herself.
But the thing is, it's always nice to have a right-hander in the mix between the right, left and right combination.
With 7, you're going to run out of options of when you can do that.
77 for 5 after 21 overs. 131 runs needed in 175 balls. As we normally say, no pressure. However, 77 for 5, that's a different kettle of fish. And some discussion happening between umpires Holder and Laborde. Perhaps confirming whether or not it was over. If there ought to have been another ball. The first 2 deliveries were wide. And there was a 1-1, a 1-. And it seems as if there is 1 ball left in the over. Yes, there is. No, there isn't. Yes, there is. And finally, there isn't Shakira.
Umpires not sure about how many balls are actually bowling that over.
But it's the end of the over. Crafton 1 from 5. And here is Schultz to Glasgow, who is punching it into the offside. She's 11 from 13. And she's sweeping, going backward. She picks up 1. It bubbles, and they're coming back for the second on the misfield there by Mango. We haven't seen much of her, heard much of her in the field.
It's not Mango, in fact, it is a substitute fielder who's on the field for Shabika Gajnabi. Looks to be on it, welcome.
And a similar shot attempting, missing it altogether, going through to the keeper. And Glasgow, her confidence is going as it should be. She punches that one square and she hustles through for a single, putting the fielder mid-off under some pressure, misfielding and getting through. These two, they want to get on with things, but I'm hoping that they're not 2 candidates for another run out. Dead ball will be signaled.
Yeah, good clear communication on that occasion.
And that's played into the onside mid-wicket region, single. And really, that's all they have to do all day. When you're having far more deliveries than the required runs, you shouldn't be having 3-4 run-outs. And here she's going, sweeping again. And there's an appeal for LBW, and Pile Aboard looked at it and perhaps decided no, that was dropping outside leg. Coming back in it was, heading to the stumps it was, but dropping outside leg, not out. And there's always that argument. Why should the leg spinner not get a wicket for ball dropping outside leg coming back when the off spinner gets the wicket from the ball dropping outside off coming back?
It's the rules of the game. The rules of the game. Ball cannot pitch outside leg stump and the batter be given out.
I suspect that will be changed at some time in the future. I don't know if in our lifetime. What's Money Star to Crafton? Glasgow looking to get down, but no, the call big and loud and clear. appealing that one, perhaps shot going down leg. Full.
Yeah, good decision by umpire Guyana Holder. That one clearly missing leg. Struck outside leg stump, in fact. Just think Munisar is bowling too straight, though. She's starting these deliveries a bit too straight.
That one is on the off stump on this occasion. Plays back down to Monisa. And these are tough cookies, the Guyanese. And she drives into the extra cover region. It's Crafton. The Guyanese, they're not going to play dead and roll over. They're going to fight. Outside trying to play it, squeeze Crafton. Right arm round again is Monisa. And inviting the drive, getting a little more ear. The end of the 23rd over. 81 for 5.
And that over was a maiden over sent down by Ashmini Munisar. Some more pressure building on the Windward Islands team. Crafton 2 from 12 deliveries now. Glasgow 14 from 17.
And we're going to see a change at the Lozak Road, our southern end. It's Naya Latchman. She comes into the attack. And Lachi, as she is called, will be bowling to Glasgow.
Yeah, young wrist spinner, Nia Latchman. And this will be a challenge for her, bowling to 2 left-handed batters.
Well, the skipper has that confidence in her. Here in St. Kitts, we say sometimes it's necessary to throw you off of the deep end, and you'll either swim, sink, or float. Of course, you won't be allowed to sink it. Maybe you go down a couple times after gulping, and the third one somebody would push their hand and pull you up.
Another quick single. You can expect that from these 2 batters. They're quite young. They seem to have a good understanding.
And I'm remembering Elliot from Barbados. She started at the Lozak Road end, and she never did seem to find her rhythm. That she seems to have been smack on so far.
Yeah, Latchman is not a big spinner of the ball by any means. But where she impressed me last year was with the amount of control she has as a wrist spinner.
And she's bowled all over the place, is she? Glasgow coming forward, beating all ends up, playing over the ball perhaps.
Yeah, I think she just played over that delivery. Toss right up to the bat.
And
Beating
lumber
on the
for
outside
sale.
edge. Actually, lost her off stump.
Lumber for sale. And is this the end of the Windward Islands? Is Lightning going to strike a second time? Is there going to be a fight back?
Oh, they're in deep waters now. 83 for 6. Into the 24th over. And the star with the bat from last game has to go. Brings Pearl Etienne to the crease.
And looking at her, she's saying, why do I have to be here under these circumstances? And anytime a captain makes a change, and the new bowler picks up a wicket, the change worked.
Makes the captain look brilliant, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah, good control by Lachman once more. Glasgow playing down the wrong lane, beating on the outside edge. Expecting that ball to turn back into her. But I just pointed out, Lachman is not a big spinner of the ball. She does show remarkable control for her spinner, but she doesn't turn it tremendously.
And in deep, deep trouble, the Windward Islands have found themselves 83 for 6 after 23.4 overs, scoring at a run rate 3.51 runs per over, some 125 runs to get in 158 balls. And the successful Lachman, a 1, a 1, a dot, a wicket. And going up in it, she dropped it, ball and caught Shakira. Driving was Etienne. Back to the bowler, who didn't hold on.
Yeah, Etienne dropped first ball. I'll tell you what, that was crashed back to Lachman. She did pretty well to get her hands down, and I'm sure her hands are stinging now.
And what a dream over that would have been. Going again is Etienne. Could you have imagined had she held on to that? 1 over 2 runs, 2 wickets.
So the end of the 24th over. 83 for 6 now, the Windward Islands.
Required run rate 4.81 runs per over. But some may argue that is not really of much concern at this time. It's how long the Windward Islands could hold out for. We've known cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties, from way back when. We've seen, we've heard, outside the leg stump going through to the keeper is Monisa. We've seen the glorious uncertainties. We've heard about them. Will that be happening here today? We'll have to wait and see. Driving that one soft hands down to the long on is Crafton. 4 from 14. And these two will have to come up with something very big, something extra special to see the Windward Islands over the line.
I'll tell you what, if they get over the line with Pearl Etienne at the crease, it's not going to take too long for this game to finish. She's not going to hang around too long, Pearl.
And that one perhaps guided down, coming off the edge, some may say, into a short third man, picking up a single. And the score ambles on to 86 for 6. Field change. Evander Crafton turns it into the mid wicket. No is the call. And the thick clouds that were looming above drifted. We are seeing clear blue skies as Crafton gets back. She drives that down through the long off region, picking up a single. And you mentioned specialized fielders in specialized positions. A little Fuller is that, playing down into the covers. And that is what happens when you have a left and right combination. You want this fielder on in the covers. Giving it some air, full toss, and there's a quick single. Perhaps better ought to have been done with that shot, but a single being had nonetheless. needing 208 for victory in all of 50 overs in brilliant sunshine here at Warner Park. The Windward Islanders facing a mountain that appears to be growing. Latchman, she is back in the attack. Well, she continues actually from the Lozak wood end. She'll be bowling to the right-handed Etienne. Center stump brings her forward. Lachi, as she's called by her teammates, really exercising very good control as indicated by Shakira earlier. Here she again, just about leg stump, turning into the mid-wicket region.
Yeah, her ability to adjust lanes from a left-hander to a right-hander is remarkable. It's not the easiest thing to do.
Outside off stump, driving through the extra cover. Wouldn't beat the fielder running around from the long off region. Only one is had. .119 needed from 147 balls.
Oh! Work, Lachi, work, Lachi. Work, girls, come on, girls. Give me that energy, girls. Give me that energy, girls. Come on.
Skipper Campbell still asking for energy. She's going for that jugular. She doesn't want to ease up. Outside the off stump, popping up off the edge. It races down to a third man and into the boundary, hitting a CG United boundary board. That would have been straight down the throat of a first slip and a half, whatever you want to say, but there isn't a slip in place.
Well, we've seen a fairly defensive field from Shamian Campbell, even though they're well in control of this game.
It seemed like forever ago there was a 4.
One is one.
And sweeping square.
Back up there.
Forward of square on the onside, picking up 1. It's the end of the over, 94 for 6. And very far away from a bonus point. At one point we wondered if Guyana would have gotten a bonus point. And at the end, they weren't too far off from 2 bonus points, having received 1. '27th over. We're seeing a change in bowling as Millington comes back. Right arm over the wicket to Crafton. Cannot beat that offside field. Is a backward point, a point, cover sweeping on the boundary. Extra cover. Again trying to dissect the 2 fielders at point. Unsuccessfully. Played, that's Crafton. And this time she goes in the V. Straight down to a long off position, picking up a single. Millington 6.3 overs, 1 for 11.
And she bowled 2 over 2 maidens in her spell so far. Well, in that initial spell, I should say.
No skipper will argue with you for that. Here's the right-handed Etienne coming forward. Nudges it out into the onside. She looks around. Trying to clobber that one out of the field. Get it, the call. And the bowler quite wisely getting out of the way, allowing that one to go onto the stumps, just in case. But the batter was home, was Etienne. Crafton, pardon.
I'm sure she was also making sure she didn't get her fingers hurt. Millington. A good movement there from mid off by Liliana Grimman. She's been a live wire in the field all day.
That one tosses up a bit more, played down to the long on boundary for a single. And there's going to be a second, a poor piece of feeling. And we've seen quite a bit of that by the Windwards when they were fielding. I counted about 17, possibly give or take some, of course, runs they would have given away.
Yeah, sloppy on this occasion by the Guyanese fielders. But good awareness by the two batters. Crafton in particular.
And it's going to be Latchman. And here's Latchman into Crafton driving down the field, and there's a shout, keeper, run out. And all out, flat out, diving Crafton made it home. The throw wasn't as good as it ought to have been, and she's still on the ground. Now getting up, wondering if it was that close. And it seems that if she's okay, and everything seems to be okay, as I say, good afternoon to Mr. Gerard Basu.
Good afternoon to you, sir. Good afternoon to all our viewers.
And it's Latchman into Etienne, popping up off the edge, going down to a short third man. And I've been making way just now for Carlisle. And how have you been enjoying this series so far, Gerard? And here's Etienne stepping back, crashing that one through the covers, but she'll only get one.
Yeah, a bit of her power coming through there. She is a powerful striker of the ball, is Pearl Etienne. I have thoroughly enjoyed this tournament so far, the CG United Super 50 Cup, the Women's Super 50 Cup. It's really refreshing to see across all the teams, all the franchises, all the young players, the under-19 players now making the step up. Case in point, Nia Latchman. I remember looking at her during the Rising Stars under-19 last year in August, and seems she has improved quite a bit with her bowling action.
And here's Crafton playing that one off the edge down to the third man. Will it have the legs to get to the boundary? Yes, it appears so. No, it isn't. And she has given up. No effort to get it back. 4 runs being signaled by umpire Laborde.
Almost like hearing me talk her up. She tosses one wide and just allows the freedom of arms from Crafton. But going back to her bowling action, I remember, yes, indeed, it's a 4. Her hand and the ball in contact with the cushion.
And that brings up the 100. 103 it is now for 6 off 27.5 overs.
She's indeed done herself a little trouble here as well, probably landing, seems awkwardly on her right arm.
So any standouts for you so far?
Definitely, we can't talk about women's cricket in the Caribbean without mentioning Stephanie Taylor. I told her she was leaving. She has the catch of the tournament so far because we just covered the game in Connery where the Jamaica Scorpions defeated the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And the last wicket was a diving effort from Stephanie Taylor. She was really good with the ball as well today, and she marshaled her troops well. And they thoroughly deserve to win. So can't talk about women's cricket without talking about the legend Stephanie Taylor. Today, seeing Chidin Nation in form, hit the ball to all parts. I got dizzy at one point doing camera work because it was from one end of the ground to the other. But I interviewed her as the player of the match at the end, and she said she felt good. You know, the wicket was good, the pitch was good, and she felt confident going into the game. So she just played with freedom, really and truly, and it showed. 60 odd in quick time. Jamaica chasing down a meager total of 99 in just about 11 or 12 overs, if memory serves. Of course, seeing some of our international players, Karishma Ramharak, for example, in that game against the Windwards, even though they lost, Karishma was actually on a hat-trick at one point, and that kind of turned the game because Windwards were comfortable at that point in time, just going along, taking the singles and so on. Of course, there are some of the young ones, as I said, like Nia Lachman here. Pretty much have gotten a chance to see her bowl here now, and she looks really good.
Very good control, very tight, picking up a wicket on her second ball.
Yeah. So she comes to the end of her over, at the end of the over Windward Islands woman, 103 for 6. Chasing 208 for victory. And one of the things I noticed about Lachman just in the short time I've seen her as I arrived at Owana is that she's not falling away as much, and she's keeping a straighter arm above her head when she's bowling, something that at the under-19 level it crept in from time to time during that CWI Rising Stars Challenge last year. So it's good to see the likes of her and the under-19 captain Ashmini Munisa making that step up the senior level, the former under-19 captain.
And Munisa, she played a big role for Guyana here in St. Kitts last year. And here is Millington pulling Etienne forward at the back, perhaps coming off the edge there. Seemed to may have been an edge as Millington a little disappointed that the keeper didn't hold on to that one. But she'll turn and walk again, does Millington. Etienne looking cautiously for the possibility of a single which is not on.
That's all the experience of Pearl Etienne, looking to progress the game, even though it may look out of reach with 105 from 130 deliveries. She's still looking in that positive manner.
And it's a commentator's curse once more, playing that one straight down the throat of the extra cover. So welcome, you've taken your first wicket.
I feel like I've taken two, because when I came in, I was looking at Janila Glasgow, and she was the player of the match in the last game, and I was well pleased. But now I've gotten two.
I've taken two. Shakira has taken one. And commentators' course is alive and well here at Warner Park.
Yeah, just not getting the elevation though, but you can see what she was attempting to do. That extra cover boundary was well open. Once she could have cleared the fielder, and you can have seen her leaning back in the shot, trying to get it over the short extra cover, but not managing to lift it enough over the fielder. So another wicket down, and Guyana slipped further into Windward Islands. Slipped further into trouble.
And the question may not necessarily be could they do it, but when might it be all over? Runs, I don't think that's really a concern. They have quite more runs than ball. 105 was needed in 129 balls. Do they have that ovular fortitude to get there?
Well, whether or not they can get over the line, the Windwards, what they need to remember, this is a limited overs tournament, and run rate plays a big part in limited overs tournaments, whether 50 overs or T20. So bat as deep as you can. Players like Karina Noel and Nerissa Crafton can take this opportunity to actually have some batting time, have some time out in the middle, get your eye in, play your natural game.
And it's Millington into the left-handed Noel. The Windward Islands team packed with left-handers.
Yeah,
Some
indeed.
7 of them are thereabout.
Indeed.
And it's going to be Millington to Noel once more. That one just about leg stump going down. And a bad misfield there by Millington. Ought not to have been a single, but in the end, a comfortable single for the pair. And the score inches on 104 for 7. The partnership, 1 run from 2 balls. It brings Crafton, who is 16 from 26. And that one is pulled beautifully backward of square into the boundary. Not a woman move except the one who's chasing the ball to retrieve it from the boundary.
Well executed sweep shot here from Nerissa Crafton. Another player who has quite the world of experience. She's been in and around regional cricket for quite some time through age group and so on. And getting it in her arc and just getting down on bended knee, sweeping backward of square. And that boundary brings us to the end of the 29th over, 108 for 7. The Windward Islands.
As I make way for Carlisle Powell.
So still some 100 runs shy of their victory target with just 3 wickets remaining. Required run rate of just over 3 3/4 to the over. As I say, good afternoon to a gentleman I haven't seen in a couple of weeks. Mr. Powell, good afternoon, sir.
And I see you had a quick day's work at Connery.
Say thank you to Chidi Nation for that.
Latchman bowls the delivery to Noel, who is steering it away into the offside. They'll get a single. And that will take the score to 109 for 7. Windwards won the toss this morning and invited Guyana to bat. They would have been hoping that they would bowl them out quickly and cheaply. That didn't happen. Here is Latchman to bowl to Crafton, who is swinging a full delivery into the onside. It will fall safely and run across the boundary for 4 down at backward square. So that will take her to 24, and it's 113 for 7.
Yeah, one of the most unusual balls in cricket, the full toss. You see so many players mistiming full tosses and getting out, but Crafton up to the challenge this time and helping herself to another boundary. Going at a good click here, 24 from just 28 deliveries.
Here is Latchman. And for this delivery, she's bringing the batter forward, fielded on the follow through on the onside of the pitch.
And that's a length that Nia Latchman wants to be. Just bringing the batter forward, that uncertain length.
Latchman once more. And for this delivery, she's driving, squirting off the outer portion of the bat. She's running for all her worth for a non-existent single. It was going to the left of extra cover, who fielded nicely. And she was sent back in emphatic fashion by Noel.
I think a better throw, though, may have had her in some trouble because she was almost down to the other end, shaking hands with Noel.
Here is Latchman once more. And for this delivery, she's driving. It's going over the head of the fielder down at mid-off and to her right. Crosses the boundary. Powerful shot there by Crafton. She goes on to 28. And so the difference between runs and balls, it says that with wickets in hand, this possibly could have been done. And it also says to Guyana that they should not take these runs and the runs required for granted.
Definitely not. And even Karina Noel, who's at the non-strikers end, I think she'll back herself as a batter, although most of us would know her as a bowler.
Here is Latchman once more. And this delivery, she's attempted to cut it away. Crafton misses. It brings up the end of over number 30. And at the end of that, it's 117 for 7.
Quick look at the bowling figures there for the Guyanese team. And they're doing well. Seem to be just like that speedboat, the Guyana Harpy Eagles speeding away to a victory here. Of course, Narissa Crafton and Karina Noel will have other thoughts in mind. And as I was mentioning before, bat as long as possible. You never know what can happen.
Millington 2 for 18 from 8 overs before this. Goes between the umpire and the stumps. And it brings the batter forward, plays it down to mid-off, and they won't score.
And that's the length right there. And then Nia Latchman from the other end, that's the length she wants to bowl as well. Where the batter is uncertain whether to go forward or go back, can't do much with the ball.
Noel is 2 from 4 and has Millington to bowl to her. She's forward, driving firmly, goes to the right of mid-off, makes good ground, knocks it down and then retrieves. And it will result in a single, so it's 118 for the loss of 7. Noel goes on to 3. Crafton is 28 from 32. She comes in to strike. Millington is bowling from the media center end, gives this one good flight, and she's coming forward attempting to drive it. Comes from the inner portion of the bat, runs down to the fine leg area, and they'll complete 2 runs.
Pretty much my favorite shot in cricket, the French cut, just off the inside edge. Nothing anyone can do. But continuing to keep the scoreboard ticking, and as I mentioned as well, being a limited overs tournament, you never know how important at the end of the tournament the run rate is going to be. So you want to get as many runs as possible, even if you don't complete victory.
Millington once more to bowl to Crafton, and she's getting one pitch on the legs and is sweeping, finds backward square, and they'll cross for a single. And so that's another run in the over. It's 121 for the loss of 7. We're in over number 31.
Millington here continuing some good form. She had a good form in the Guyanese Inter-County Championship leading up to this tournament.
As this one is played into the offside, and there is no run. Last wicket went with the score on 103, and so 18 runs between these two so far. Here is Millington, and for this delivery, she's driving firmly down to mid-off is Noel, and they'll get a single. And so that will push the score to 122 for 7, and we've completed 31 overs. Guyana, when they were asked to bat, made 207.
On the back of 61 from Shabika Gajnabi, and as I mentioned, the senior players, it's good to see the senior players performing in a tournament like this. They're leading from the front and showing that example to the younger ones that this is how you do it, this is how you play the game. Of course, head coach Shane Dietz will be well pleased with some of his senior players today and Monday.
Latchman is bowling to Noel, who drives firmly back down the track. I think when you look at the scorecard, you'll see 62 by Gajnabi. But what you will not see is the heart and the courage she displayed because she suffered some cramps and so on. Here's the delivery. Latchman is pulling into the onside, finds square leg on the boundary. She comes off and restricts it to 1. And so the score will move to 123 for 7.
Yeah, sometimes it's those intangibles. And Shabika Gajnabi is one of those players, after all these girls play with a lot of heart, but she as well seems to always wear her heart on her sleeve. The passion always comes forth when she's playing and gives it full 110%.
Well, she had to have the attention of the physio several times on the field, retired for 10 overs and came back. Here is Latchman to bowl to Crafton. And for this delivery, it's outside the off stump. She's cutting straight to the field at point and she misses it. And what shouldn't have been a run, they are trying to convert into 2 and they'll do that successfully. So the score will move to 125 for 7 as Crafton goes to 33.
Shanita Grimond there making a rudimentary mess of that one.
The Windwards will be saying only 83 in 110. Here's a delivery which is flighted and played nicely. Back down the track, comes from the right hand of the bowler onto the stumps, but the non-striker Noel was safely grounded in a crease.
Well, when you think about it, that's just 21 deliveries, 21 boundaries. And they have managed to pick up some boundaries. Have this pair, Crafton in particular, who's on strike.
And Latchman is bowling to her and she's defending stoutly. Goes away into the offside. It's the end of the over. We have completed 32 and the score is 125 for 7. The Windwards looking for 208 to win. Partnership is 22 between these two. Crafton is on 33 from 38 and Noel is on 5 from 9.
It's going to be Grimond from the media center end. She has a chance here to make up for the misfield in the last over.
And this one is driven firmly down to the fielder coming off the long off boundary. And a single. So the score moves on by 1. It's 126 for 7. Noel moves to 6 and Crafton is on 33. And taking strike now and she's driving. Again brings the fielder from the long off boundary. They'll have another single, 127 for 7. 82 needed off 107 balls. Shinetta Grimond it is. And for this delivery, it's again driven. And again that fielder will come off the long off boundary. Another single. Takes the score to 128. Noel moves on to 7. Crafton is on 34 from 39.
Again, just bat as long as possible. Keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Grimond is bowling a good delivery, brings the batter forward and she defends away on the offside of the pitch. And so 4 balls gone in the over. Here is Shinetta Grimond once more. Gives this one generous flight. It's a full toss in fact. And pulled it down to the fielder at backward square. They'll get a single. And so that's now 4 runs in the over. Score moves on to 129 for 7. 1 ball left in the over. Crafton has gone to 35. 7 is Noel. And for this delivery, it's again pitch outside the leg, badly lined. They'll have one, will come back for the second run and get that quite easily. And so Noel will move to 9 and the score goes to 131 for 7. 33 overs have been completed and the Windwards are looking for 208 to win.
If this pair can continue on like this, probably 5 and 6 runs to the over into possibly the 40th, 45th over. You never know what can happen in the back end when that power game starts to take over. Of course, when I joined the commentary, it was 4 3/4 runs to the over needed. It's now down to 4.5. So keeping the scoreboard ticking over has indeed helped the cause of the Windward Islands Volcanoes here.
And this is one of the dangers when you're taking wickets. Here's a delivery which is driven down to the fielder off the long off boundary and they'll have a single. See, 7 wickets down and perhaps Guyana relaxed just a little bit.
Possibly, and that's where the experience of the young lady behind the sticks, their captain, that's where Shimeen Campbell needs to, just lift them and remind them that it only takes 3 balls for us to complete this game.
Latchman is bringing the batter forward, finds mid-wicket. They'll have another single. And so the runs are coming in singles. Partnership is now 30.
Quick time as well, 29 deliveries, better than a run a ball.
Latchman will bowl to Crafton, who is on 36 from 42. And Latchman is looking for some assistance. And I think the umpires are taking the opportunity as well to have a drinks break, which makes good sense because they wouldn't be using up time. And so we'll have a drinks break. It's 133 for 7. And these two between them, they have now added 30 runs and seem to have gone about their business quite easily.
Yeah, indeed. And as you mentioned just a while ago, Guyana themselves have dropped just a bit. Their intensity level has dropped. And maybe this water break is what they need. I can tell you, being here in St. Kitts, the sun feels different in St. Kitts. I don't know why St. Kitts and Tobago, the sun just feels different. The thermometer can say 30, but it feels like 40 all the time. But we got to remember that these are ladies, one, and then a lot of them are young ladies, some of them not even older than 21. So the body, it does need some time to regenerate. So good on the umpires to realize that, this might be a perfect time for the water break. And we know in cricket that so many times a drinks break or some break in play brings a wicket. So it may be what's needed from the Guyanese perspective, from the Windward Islands perspective. It may be that words have been passed that, hey, let's attack now. We wait to see.
The pitch has been playing quite well, though. I'll tell you that when 7 wickets were down, the Guyana team were 162. Lost wickets very quickly. 161 for 5, 161 for 6, 162 for 7, 171 for 8. And they managed to take that up to 207, which is significant because it included a bonus batting point.
Yeah, indeed. And we've heard the head coach of the women's senior team, Shane Dietz, talk about the movement of the women's game around the world. And West Indies, we're still having to play catch-up, granted, but he has already mapped out how he wants our senior team to play, what brand of cricket and what the goals are in terms of how we progress forward and catch up with the world, if you wish. So that bonus point, a good initiative to have it, to encourage the young ladies. You have a goal and you know what you're going after.
Well, we've been keeping our eyes on the games around the island as well, and we can tell you down at St. Paul's, Trinidad and Tobago, they are searching for 186 to win, and in the 36th over, they are 104 for the loss of 4. And so we want you to know that the not-out batters for Trinidad and Tobago are Cooper on 16 from 36, and Kirby is on 4 from 10.
The 2 top scorers from their first game, and again, Leanne Kirby blasted the ball to all parts. She hit a couple sixes against the wind in Connery and almost put it into the football field.
Wow.
So Trinidad and Tobago will fancy themselves in that game, knowing that they made 185 in their first game.
Delivery from the inner portion of the bat goes down to backward square, misfielded, and they won't score. The non-striker was not at all interested. Windwards 133 for 7. We're in over number 34.
You talked about that bonus point, and we're talking about the brand of cricket, and I'll come back to it after this delivery.
And for this delivery, it's short, swung into the onside, down to the boundary at backward square for 4. More a long leg position, really, but it was a bad delivery from Latchman, and the 4 runs resulting.
Yeah, she's been. That's one thing that I've noticed since being here and seeing her live again. She's been a bit inconsistent in her length. She hasn't found the right length just to string a couple of dot balls together. She's either been too short or too full and wide.
Here she wants more to bowl to Latchman, who is driving. It's in the air, but it's safe as it goes down to the field at point and they won't score. So it's 137 for 7. Crafton has gone to 40.
And they have increased their scoring rate over 4 runs to the over.
Here is Latchman once more. 6 runs in the over so far. And this one is given generous flight. It's driven down to the fielder coming in from mid-off. And there was Noel getting off a crease and the throw at the stumps missed. And so at the end of the over, we have completed 34, 137 for 7.
And we're talking about the bonus point. Irrespective of the result of the match, if Windwards finish with a +4 run rate, they still will get that bonus point as
Correct.
well. So that's, again, going back to what I mentioned, bat as long as possible and continue to keep the scoreboard ticking over, even if you don't win. And I was mentioning just before that last delivery of the over, one of the things I want to see improve in this tournament is definitely the fielding. All the teams, they've had a lot of fumbles in the field, and looking at the competition so far, I think part of it is nervousness as Grimmond continues.
And the balls to Noel, who is driving past the bowler. Long off is in place. And she will stop it. It's 138 for 7. And you're now looking at 70 runs needed. So the game is getting closer and more interesting. Here is a delivery from Grimmond, which is slapped into the offside. It will go across the cover boundary for 4 runs. Crafton moves to 44, and it's 142 for 7.
Yeah, just too short and too wide. And Crafton is well set at the moment. And that's going to be meat and drink for her any day of the week.
Now requires 66 runs, the Windwards.
And that just takes 11 deliveries.
Fielder is being placed down to offer cover on the boundary. Down on the cover boundary. And so 5 runs in the over so far from 2 deliveries. Senator Grimmond it is, who is bowling from around the wicket. And this one is pitch wide, takes the edge, will run down towards the third man boundary, and it's pulled back just inside the boundary. They have crossed for 2, and they will get a third. And so a productive over so far for the Windwards. It's 145 for 7. 8 runs in the over so far.
I think the umpires are just checking to see if she was in contact with the boundary rope or when pulling the ball back. There's no signal from the umpire, so in 3 runs it will remain. We have the benefit of looking at the replay. And touch and go.
Touch and go.
To my eye.
Noel is on strike. She's on 11 from 14 and faces Grimmond, and she's looking to play it into the offside. Misses completely, goes through for the keeper to take. 145 for 7, 63 required.
The current run rate has now gone up above the required run rate.
Here is a delivery which is shorter, played into the offside, down to extra cover. She has to move to her right, and Noel was immediately on the way for her 12th run. And the Windwards are 146 for 7. Partnership is now 43. Here is Grimmond to bowl to Crafton, who is behind it, plays it away into the offside. And the end of the over then, and that looks like 9 runs in the over. It's 146 for 7. 35 overs have been completed.
What's that old saying? It's not over till it's over. It's not over till the fat lady sings.
Well, our good friend Troy Biff Mills had the fat lady dressed up down in the football field. She has gone. It's now back to normal business.
Yeah, so just chipping away. And 9 runs in that over, as you mentioned.
62 needed in 90. And a set batter is there on 47 from 49, Crafton. And so every run that is scored will put the pressure back towards Guyana. And they have been wanting 3 wickets for a long time. Munisa will bowl from around the wicket, and it's outside the leg stump. It's called and signaled wide, so it's 147 for 7.
Not the line you want to be bowling to start with. Probably going in search of that turn.
Here is Munisa once more to bowl to Noel, who is defending away into the offside. Better delivery.
Much better delivery. That's a line. That a middle and off stump line, and the length will be important here.
Here is a delivery which he's trying to play into the offside. Misses, and Campbell behind doesn't take it cleanly, but there is no run scored.
That length there, almost the perfect length. Probably just a tad fuller if she wants.
Munisa 1 for 28. Give this one some flight, and it's driven down the pitch to the bowler, but that was teasing. That was tempting. Well, she played it well, did Noel.
Put that doubt in the batter's mind.
Here is Munisa once more. Pulls out of a delivery. And so the umpire signals dead ball. 147 for 7. We're in over number 36. Just a run from the wide in the over so far. Here's a delivery which is driving in the air into the gap. And she'll get a single as cover comes off the boundary. And so that's run number 148 for the Windwards. And Noel gets a 13th run. 47 is Crafton, and she comes into strike. 2 legal deliveries left in the over. And Munisa from around the wicket. And she's been turned away into the onside. This delivery. The keeper, Campbell, is so very alert and quickly from behind the stumps closes out any possibility of a run.
Arguably one of the best fielders in the women's game in the region.
Here is the final delivery of the over, and it's defended away in the offside. Find extra cover. No runs, 148 for 7, 36 overs completed. You spoke about Campbell. You should have seen a chaser delivery here, almost down to the boundary, and had a direct hit to effect a run out.
So I was mentioning the fielding improvement needed in the tournament earlier, but in the midst of all of that, there have been some brilliant fielding in all the games. I mentioned the Stephanie Steeler catch today in Connery. There was a direct hit from Brittany Cooper in the Trinidad and Tobago game. There's a direct hit from O'Neill, one of the Trinidad and Tobago players. So there's been brilliance in the field. That's why I was mentioning, I think some of the misfields is just a bit of nervousness and getting accustomed to the tournament, and we have to be fair to them. They haven't played this tournament or any cricket at this level in some 12 months or so.
Schultz bowls a delivery outside the line of the off stump, and it's left alone. Goes through for the keeper, Campbell, to take. 148 for 7. Windwards are chasing 208 to win. Here is Schultz again. Increase this time. So the Windwards need 60 in 83. It's 149 for 7. Here is Schultz once more. And for this delivery, it's on the leg side, helped around the corner. They have crossed for 1, coming back for the second run. And that brings up the 150 for the Windwards. 151 for the loss of 7. Noel goes on to 15. And with her is Crafton, who is on 47. Remind you that the 7th wicket fell with the score on 103. Here's again pitched wide. And so this partnership is on 48. Imagine that. Schultz, from the media center end, turns and goes away from us. And for this delivery, she's bringing the batter forward. And Noel is driving down to extra cover. They won't score. 57 runs needed in 80 balls. Here is Schultz once more. And for this delivery, it's on the leg side, helped around the corner. They'll get a single. And that will take the score to 152 for 7. And it means that Crafton, who is on 47, will come on strike. Noel is on 16. More importantly, it says to us that this partnership is on 49. Here is Schultz to bowl to Crafton, who is dragging this one into the onside to mid-wicket. She won't score. Score remains 152 for 7, 32 overs, 37 overs completed, 13 left.
Yeah, making this interesting. The Guyana team allowing the Windwards back into the game, allowing this partnership to grow ever so gently by the likes of Noel and Crafton, who've just been managing to keep the scoreboard ticking over. But more importantly, every time they've gotten a bad delivery, they have put it away to the boundary or picked up twos when it could have easily been one.
152 for 7. Noel is on 16 and she's taking strike. And for this delivery, it's pitch outside the leg stump. It's called and signaled wide, and it brings up the 50 partnership between these two.
Yeah, so 150 on the board, the 50 partnership between these two at just under a run a ball. And just over 50 runs needed for victory.
Crafton is driving this delivery back down the pitch, and Monisa fields to her own bowling. Noel is on 16, and she's driving again, finds the bowler on the leg side of the pitch, and they can't score.
When she came to the crease, she was just about 2 runs, was a Noel.
Here is she driving, tugging this one from the inner portion of the bat. Finds mid-wicket coming off the boundary. She'll get a single, and she'll move on to 17. It's 154 for 7.
I mentioned Noel backing herself as a batter, and you're seeing it here where she's played really smartly, realizing that Crafton is the one going. And Crafton is the one scoring a little more freely, and she's lending good support and playing with a nice, calm, level head. Of course, Karina Noel, one of those players out of the West Indies Women's Academy.
Bowled him. Seemed to have been getting a little bit too anxious, thinking about 50 there Crafton, and tried to make room to cut a delivery which was far too close. It was on the stumps, in fact, and it crashed into the stumps as she was trying to cut a delivery that was far too close for the shot, and she has lost a wicket there, Crafton. And so it's wicket number 8, 154 for 8, and we're in the 38th over.
In fact, she accentuated the fact that the ball was that close to her, because she did take that step across to the off stump and looking for that cut shot. And the ball between bat and pad. But she has set her team in a position here where, if not for anything else, once the remaining batters play well, they can still get that bonus point, and with just 54 needed, you never know. A string of partnerships here between the remaining batters, and they may get even closer.
And I'll tell you, 5 of the 8 batters have been out-bowled. Shocking.
Is it really shocking, or is that a testament to how straight that Guyana have bowled?
That too, but it also says to us that the defense for the Windwards team has not been great. Monisa with 1 delivery left in the over, and I'm sure she would be saying, I'd give anything to get another wicket. She has picked up 2 for 31. She's in her 9th over. It's 154 for 8. And here is Monisa bowling the delivery outside the off stump. Fontaine leaves it alone. It goes through for the keeper to take. 38 overs have been completed. 54 runs needed by the Windwards team if they are to win. And Guyana, with that breakthrough, are just 2 wickets away from victory.
Yeah, it's shifted the pendulum in the other direction now. And we're going to have to see how Karina Noel, who's been the one there for quite some time, how she's now going to approach her innings. Her strike rate is not that bad, 17 from 28 deliveries. And again, it's because she's been turning over the strike a lot and not soaking up too many dot balls.
Here is a delivery which is played down to mid-off. The Guyanese have now tightened their fielding. Long off has come into mid-off to cut off that single. And it's Noel on strike. Schultz is the bowler from this immediate center end. And she's driving in the air just out of the reach of the bowler. And they'll get a single. Noel will move on to 18. It's 155 for 8.
Yeah, half of a chance, you consider it. Well, that's what a wicket can do. A wicket can just lift the spirits and the energy level of a fielding team, and you can see it even in the movements of the fielders for the Guyana Harpy Eagles as they move into their fielding positions.
Here is Schultz, bowls a delivery which is stayed away into the offside by Fontaine, and she doesn't score. 155 for 8. The run rate by the Windwards is good. It's at 4.04. But the wickets are not so good. They have lost 8. Here is Schultz once more. And this delivery, she's defending again, is Fontaine. And the fielder is the bowler.
Casey Schultz, one of the players I want to see in this tournament do well. She went to Barbados a couple of months ago and played amongst the boys. And similar to her West Indies or women's captain, Haley Matthews, who started playing amongst the boys. So maybe the start of a nice long career for young Schultz. She also had a stint in the academy, did Kaisia.
Delivery, which is driven into the offside, fielded well by extra cover. And they won't score, so that brings up the end of another over. Just one run coming from that over. 39 have been completed. It's 155 for 8. The Windwards searching for 208 to win.
I stand to be corrected on that one, whether she was in the academy. But 7 overs, just 27 runs is good going on her part so far. And the run rate now with the fall of that wicket just dipping below 4 for the first time in a while. And Karina Noel has the task of pushing her team as close as possible to victory.
Lachman is in her 7th over. And this one is driven in the air. A catch will be taken. And so there goes the wicket of Noel for 18. And the Windwards have lost their 9th wicket. Lachman bowling a delivery which was flighted, but she pitched it wider. And there was Noel having a big drive at it, and it went in the air just about a meter off the cut strip. And so a catch was taken. Noel has gone for 18, and it's now 155 for 9, the Windwards. And Guyana would be saying, we have victory within our grasp. Let's not ease our feet off the throttle once again.
I think I'm going to start just talking about the bowlers, just the bowlers, because every time I start talking about one of the batters, they seem to just give it away. It's either that or I'm going back to Connery. But definitely Guyana have, as I mentioned, that water break just seemed to give them that little moment just to regroup. And since that water break and the introduction of Ashmini Munisa, who bowled a couple of overs with a number of dot balls, it's created a little bit of pressure, and they've gotten the batters who were set, and they have gotten them out.
Here is Lachman once more. And she's bringing the batter forward, stays it down to the vacant slip position. They've crossed for 1, coming back for the 2nd, and they'll get that easily. So Selena Ross gets off the mark with 2, and it's 157 for 9. Lachman 2 for 34 in her 7th over. Yeah, run rate has slipped to 3.99.
Back on this board, just reminding the players to stay off of the pitch when they are running.
Here is Lachman, given this one generous flight, again played down to the vacant slip position. Again they'll have 2 runs, and the score will move to 159 for the loss of 9 wickets. And Ross moves on to 4, still no signs of a slip being put in place. Instead, the captain has a deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on the boundary. As Latchman comes up once more to bowl to Ross, and she's defending away into the offside, and they won't score.
I think I'm tending to agree with you. Maybe a couple more close-in fielders, a consideration for Shermaine Campbell.
Run rate is back over 4. So they're in bonus point territory. This one is again played down to the vacant slip. And this time perhaps they'll have a little bit more than 2. They have crossed for 1, coming back for the second. The very fleet-footed Campbell is chasing after it, picks up and has the throw back in a hurry. But again, that went to where a slip would have been. No slip in place, and so Selena Ross gets 6 runs. So 3 very educated edges through slips. And the score goes on to 161 for 9.
Well, there was an elder who always told me, you buy a cricket bat, there's an edge on the bat. You have to use the edge as well.
Absolutely.
So it does not matter how the runs come. What's important is that the runs do come.
What the captain has done is to put in a short third man, but still no slip. Here is Latchman once more to bowl to Ross. And she leaves this one alone outside the line of the off stump. It's the end of the over. 40 completed, 161 for 9.
Yeah, so 10 overs to go. And just about 46 runs are needed, 47 runs needed for victory. 1 wicket remaining, 1 wicket for the Guyana Harpy Eagles to complete the victory.
This Windward Island team, as I say good afternoon again to the viewers and to you, Gerard, they would have pulled a victory from the jaws of defeat with a rearguard action earlier. And this one is trying to whip his Fontaine. There is a run.
There's that edge again.
And I agree. It's part of the bat, and you want to maximize the use of the bat. And there was that rearguard action, and earlier Shakiri and myself, we were wondering if lightning could or would strike twice, contrary to what old people say, lightning doesn't strike in the same place twice. And they were on their way to Windward Islands, but they would have fumbled 162 for 9. But it isn't over until the fat lady sings. Outside the leg stump, it's going to be a wide. Casey Schultz. They may think that they have a bit of runs to play with, and they do. 1 wicket to get, 45 runs needed in 59 balls. So if this were to steady and pick up the 1s and the 2s, who knows, they could get that ball straight through. We would have to investigate if there's a hole in the bat, Gerard.
Well, she indeed just played down the wrong line when we get the chance to see it again. She just played down the wrong line. And a well-flighted delivery by Schultz to pick up the victory for Guyana Harpy Eagles. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, however, finish their innings with a 4.04 run rate, which means that they will still indeed pick up a bonus point irrespective of the result in the game. But clinical by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And I was just about to mention that to you, the fact that it doesn't matter if they have runs to play with. When you have a team to hang, as we say back home in Trinidad, when you have a team to hang, you hang them and you finish the victory as clinically as possible. It's all part of the intensity that you want to bring into the game and the culture that we looking to build in West Indies women's cricket. So congratulations to the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and well played by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Guyana picking up their first victory in the tournament.
And it just makes the competition a lot more interesting when you don't really have a runaway champion with 1 or 2 games to play. It brings excitement down to the end, not knowing who is going to win. And Windwards, 1 victory, 1 loss. And this game, they won the toss this morning, the Windwards, and they batted. They fielded first, and we wondered, Warner Park being known as a batting paradise. However, they were on top of things until the Guyanese were able to claw themselves back into the game. And then they were sailing until they had a few run-outs and some shots that we couldn't really quite describe. They were bowled down wide. They shouldn't have been playing down the wrong line. And at the end of the day, the Guyanese walk away victorious.
And I think all the different parts of the equation come into the fray. These girls not playing this format of cricket, it is a learning curve, so we have to give them that leeway, give them that freedom, because they're going to learn that this is 50 overs and you have the time. You can take your time and build your innings from a batting perspective, from a bowling perspective. You don't just have 24 deliveries to bowl like the T20 game. You have a few more, so you can you have to stay online and length a little longer than you would in the shortest formats. So it's all part of the learning curve. But again, for me, to see the young ones, I just looked down at the Guyanese team and I realized that there were 9 players here that I would have, over a period of time, called during under-19 tournaments. And to see them invest, Guyana that is, in those young players to bring them up to the national level and the senior level, that's wonderful to see in the tournament. And I think the longer the tournament gets going, we'll see across all the teams, all the younger players especially, learn and they'll get better. And that's what we're looking for in a tournament like this. Of course, many of them are going to be playing for their places in the senior women's team. Some of these young ones, you're going to see them in the women's senior team soon enough. But it's all a learning curve for them, and the tournament has been quite entertaining and nonetheless so far.
I must compliment the Cricket West Indies for that decision. There is a Campbell from Barbados. A little bit of the experience was showing when she batted with Cumberbatch, I think it was on Monday. And we have another youngster, Jazara Claxton, would have represented the West Indies on the 19th, a local girl here from St. Kitts. So it augurs well for not only cricket, but female cricket on a whole to be developed. And yes, we're playing catch up with the other teams, but once we keep working, at some point, we will be closing the gap.
I think we have to remember that we didn't get to this point overnight, so we can't expect the change or the growth overnight. Of course, thank you to Dafabet, CG United, Blue Waters, and all the sponsorship partners as well, because their investment into this tournament in particular and the women's game in the Caribbean is so very important, because unlike years ago, you can now, as a young girl growing up or a young boy growing up, you can think of a sport as a career path. And that only happens with the investment of companies like CG United, Blue Waters, and Dafabet. So definitely good on the Cricket West Indies, and I'm pretty excited. The 3-year plan in particular for women's cricket in the region, I'm excited to see where it goes. I pray that the good Father blesses me with the life to see it, just as how I can see these young players like Retimaya and Schultz and Munisa and Glasgow and Zeta James make that jump. I pray that I'm here to see them go on.
And that coupled with the fact that the West Indies board, they're going to retain 6 players, if I'm not mistaken, from all of the female teams. And the females will be getting equal pay back in a few years with the gentlemen, with the male counterparts. So it's going to be wonderful. But before you run off, I'll tell you, the next round of matches we'll see Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago. And that will be happening at Connery. And Guyana versus Barbados, that will be at St. Paul's. And back here at the Warner Park would be the Windward Islands versus the Leeward Islands. Tomorrow, Thursday, is a rest day, and these games are going to be on Friday, March the 8th. On behalf of Gerard Basu, who was just here with me, Carlisle Powell, and Shakira Selman, I'm Troy Biffmill saying thank you very much for joining us, and to our producer Jason, who has done a wonderful job. And we look forward to see you again for live streaming come Friday, 8th March, Godspeed. Have a good day, have a good evening.